Please take our seats. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's right there. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please take our seats? It's 4 minutes past 10, and I think we should start. And thank you very much for being here. Today is the second day of these consultations, first day of the MAG meeting. So the reverse of yesterday, MAG has preference, and if non-MAG members want to speak, they can still do so at the discretion of the chair.
Except for the first session.
Oh, except for the first session. This session, it's yesterday's rules, but after that, yes. We will try again. We now know how WebEx works, so with a hand up. And as usual, the recording will be uploaded to YouTube, and a summary report of the action items only, not the summary of the discussions, but the action items will be made available end of this week, early next week. And with that, I give it to our chair, Carol Roach, to start the meeting.
Good morning and welcome back to those in the room and online. I hope everybody had a good rest and a good meal yesterday. And we will jump right into things. Thank you for your great inputs yesterday and lively discussions. So we're going to go with Ole to welcome.
Well, yes. Well, welcome everyone, and good morning.
Okay.
Back to you.
This session is open floor discussion. Yesterday we had a lot of questions on IGF, how it's going to look in the future, moving forward. Also making IGF 2025 impactful. So we're going to have an opportunity to discuss these things, and it's open floor. So we're looking for discussions on potential main session topics and the structure of them, the IGF intersessional activities, PNAI, PNIF, PNMA, BPF cybersecurity, also the DCs, NRIs, IGF output and outcomes resulting from processes and forums. And this input is going to be very important because it'll go into the subsequent sessions to develop main sessions and outcomes. So start raising those hands. I see Tijani is ready to go.
Thank you very much. Yes, do you hear me?
Raul.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Go ahead, Tijani.
You hear me?
Yes,
do you hear me?
Pardon?
Okay, thank you very much. So yesterday, Chris said that it doesn't make sense that we have 4 analyzed sessions during the IGF. And he said that it is preferable to integrate them inside the general schedule. The NI session are integrated in the general schedule. They are not dedicated only for the NRI members. It is open to everyone, and it gives the perspective of the regions, of the countries. So I don't think that we have to change that. This is a very good experience, and I think, for example, last year I was on one of these sessions. I am an NRI member, and we have also speakers that are not NRI at all. So it is part of the IGF, but it gives the perspective of the regions and the countries, and I think that we don't have to change that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me go one step behind on this, based also on the inputs and discussion yesterday. This is a special year for IGF. Everybody agree on that? It's the 20th edition of IGF, 20th anniversary, and so we have less time than other years to prepare the meeting. UN, oops, I'm listening to myself. UN decided to have a different kind of MAG integration with the people that have been here before. I'm very grateful to have been appointed as member of the MAG and share this responsibility with this group of distinguished colleagues. And I feel that we could do more to add value to this process. I have the feeling that we are replicating the same processes that are implemented every year, but in less time. I guess that we are working on that. That's spending time on evaluating workshops, proposals, and we are doing that with a high commitment, everybody here. But I think that we could focus the discussion on more strategic things and try to discuss what we want to achieve with this IGF. I think that the Secretariat is absolutely capable to do many of the things that we have in front in terms of operational tasks. And probably we could help more to the success of the IGF, trying to understand what we want to achieve, how to do it. I feel that some of the things that we discussed yesterday about, for example, the participation of high-level participants and how to engage them have not been discussed here. Probably we can also add value in this kind of discussions. Just a feeling, and that I want to express. Of course, we will do whatever we have to do in order to help to the success of the IGF, no matter what the work is. Thank you.
Thank you, Raul. So my question, I suppose, to everybody is, what does high value look like? You know, we tend to use a lot of terms, and we know in our heads where we want to be, but we very rarely sit down and say, what does that look like? So open to suggestions. What does high value look like to you? Cheryl, and then Teresa.
Thank you, Chair. And I really appreciated Raul's comment, and I think yours ties in nicely. Reflecting on yesterday, many of the presentations that we heard from different stakeholders pinpointed or touched on the true value of IGF and the importance. And it showed, we saw pathways to how the IGF was included, for example, in the Global Digital Compact, which is an extremely important document that's moved forward. And that's, you know, that's nothing to sneeze at, right? I think there are a lot of areas there when you talk about high value, how it ties in. And I think when we leave here as well, it's upon each of us to go to our individual stakeholder groups and really talk to them and come up with what the value has been, because a lot's been achieved over the last 20 years specifically. And I think we just haven't sat down and sort of put pen to paper and expressed that. But I agree with you. And I do think that there is a very strong and long story to tell, not only the high value that's been achieved, but what we hope to achieve within the next 20 years. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think much has been said, and I think in the context of this particular meeting, taking a look at what would cause a justification for somebody to be attending in person or virtually. And in that, in looking at, you know, all the very good presentations yesterday, but also many of the workshop proposals, there's quite a few themes that are about emerging issues. I know we touched on AI and some various other topics. And those are topics that are front in mind and center of decision makers or policy makers or experts. And so in looking at this year's particular workshop, I wonder whether one might look at a concentration of a percentage or whatever on some themes that are really forward-looking, that can demonstrate by example of the past 20 years of how bringing stakeholders together to help discuss policy issues or important internet issues around that and inform NRIs could be examples also for the future. Something that justifies when somebody says, I need to travel to this meeting, that this is front and center to what needs to occur. And one can use this meeting as an exception to the norm potentially to pilot something like that. But I think that might be one avenue of just practicalities of themes that are really front and center to today's decision makers that are emerging.
Jimson?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Well, just as a follow-up to what we've been saying, we need to look high level. We're already at high level, there's no doubt about that. And I think the gap we have is with communicating to the wider public the importance of what we do. In fact, when we finished the Path for the Future, I saw on social media some posts, complete misinformation about the Path for the Future. And I had to be debunking them, and severally like that. So the same thing with our program, the IGF itself, we need to get the wider public to be fully aware. And that's why I really appreciate that we are inviting specially some journalists, providing support to them. So not only that they should come, but we need to have a very sound program, comprehensive program that for them in terms of awareness, and that what they will take back to their various media. So the question is, do we have any special plan, maybe for a session for journalists that are coming so that the gains of 20 years can be well publicized, because we know that the shouting side is the winning side. And we want to be able to communicate that we are winning after 20 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wout?
Yes, thank you, Carol, and hello all in Geneva and elsewhere in the world. What I would like to comment on is the outputs that the IGF will be having this year. And I was not able to listen in the whole day yesterday because of Eurodig preparations, but I have seen many presentations from other organizations around the world, and all stressing how important the IGF is in their view. But I missed two things there. The first is that I have not heard anything about the output that will be done by the intersessional work this year. There's no connection to the work that was being mentioned. And for a lot of volunteers, it's impossible to keep up with working groups in the GDC and other organizations and initiatives. Where is the linkage between us and them? Because I can't follow this all as a part-time volunteer. So there has to be some sort of link or liaison, whatever we call it, between our work within the IGF system and that it lands at the right spots in the world, and that perhaps presentations can be arranged through the UN system so that relevant information gets in the places where it needs to be, because relevant information is coming out of our intersessional work. And the second is that I have, at least personally, not had any form of outreach that our work as a DC could be fed into a high-level working group or a judicial or parliamentarian working group. It may be different for others, I can't say, but personally I haven't heard any word about what are you doing, would this be relevant to the work that we're doing in Lillestrøm. And I would advocate to actually make that happen, because we are wasting an opportunity to see how much output is coming out of the IGF and how relevant it can be to other organizations. So let me stop there. Thank you for this opportunity, and I wish you wisdom with the selection of all the workshops in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you, Wout. Amrita?
Thank you, Chair. Amrita, for the record, while a lot has been said, if you're talking about what high value we get, most of the platforms today are talking about inclusion from developing countries, inclusion of youth. These are two things which the IGF has been doing for a long time. We need to showcase it much more. We have the youth engagement platforms which are discussing things. When other platforms are talking about youth engagement, this is a ready-made platform which can be used. The engagement of developing countries are increasing over years. So we have those quantitative numbers to prove it, apart from the qualitative difference which the 176 NRIs and youth initiatives are bringing. So those are high-value items. We need to speak about them more. What we need to do, the working group on strategy has been speaking about it, is have more strategic sessions. And by strategic sessions is that we need to show the IGF community as one. If, for example, we are discussing AI, we need to speak about what the different regions or the NRIs are doing, what the policy network on AI is speaking, what the dynamic coalition. Rather than having different sessions, we should kind of think of how we can complementarily build and showcase, because this year is a special. It's not my group, that. We have to look at it on a higher level and come up with things to showcase our strength. That's what I would suggest. Thank you.
I think that's a good idea, and that would answer what Wout was speaking to. I think we need to sit down, and when we look at these proposals or even main sessions, see how we can bring in the work of the NRIs and work of the DCs, the policy networks, and the best practice forums. So please, let's keep that in mind. Let's keep that to the forefront, because a lot of times people just think that, oh, IGF is just this one-year forum, but we need to be able to showcase. And every time you see an organization or some paper come out with regards to IGF, a lot of it points back to the value of the intersessional work. So we need to work on that in terms of bringing it forward. Hassan?
Yes, thank you. I think strategically and with relation to what was said yesterday by the intergovernmental organizations, I think we have a few points to take into consideration. First of all, how the IGF is clearly positioned within the IG initiatives mosaic. We talked about it yesterday, but we need to have it on a clear paper somehow. The relation between different initiatives, so the GDC, the OISIS, and many others, and how the workflow happens. What inputs from which initiative goes to which as an output to which initiative, etc. And what is the IGF outputs that would fit to other initiatives. The second point would be related to the government participation. As said yesterday, and according to statistics, even if there was better government participation according to Shanghai in Saudi, but the fact is, on the level of proposals, activities, there are few governments participating. So we need also to make sure in one of the strategic direction, how to make sure we engage further the government and based on what output we need from the IGF to go to other institutions. I think those are the two main points that would make a difference, especially with the renewal of the mandate of the IGF. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I come from the government stakeholder, and I can say it's very difficult to get ministers involved in this. So maybe we need to think one level lower. So in my structure for government, we're talking about permanent secretaries or undersecretaries like myself. So, because at the end of the day, so I'll give you an example. For years, I was trying to get the Bahamas to form a CERT, cybersecurity unit, and just could not get any traction because nobody understood the value. So we were invited by a country to go. One of the IDB invited us to go to a country to participate in a workshop. And so my permanent secretary said, "Oh, you go." I said, "No, you need to go." "No, I'm not going. I'm not going." I said, "You really, really need to go." So she said, so she finally said, "Okay, I'll go." So the two of us went. And by the end of the first day, she says, "Carol, let's get this done." So how do we get that accomplishment? So that person's, and Celine could tell you, it's like every year I'm pounding the Caribbean, pounding my country, and we get minimal traction. Hassan?
Now it's working. I think the parliamentary track was a good start. And in each country now, there are themes and groups working on themes. Like fintech, each country has a theme and probably a higher council or something similar, depending on each country, working just for fintech. Another one related to AI. So maybe we can align the sub-themes of the IGF that we care about with what is the different states focusing on, and try to reach out to the contact person there, because we are really getting lost. Should we the contact should be through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or Ministry of Communication or parliamentary track, etc. So I think that one of the things that we need also to figure out is the mosaic within the different states, and what are the main stakeholders in the government. And through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we can ask to reach out to those stakeholders and start having gradually engaging them in the dialogue. I'm sure that people in fintech would be certainly interested to grow their fintech locally through the lessons that they will learn in the IGF. And same for AI. Everyone in AI, there are no current policy everywhere. So people want to learn, want to understand, and they will be doing it through the IGF and through other venues as well. But there is no interconnection currently. And we need to find out a way to decide what themes for the future we are going to focus on, how we can reach out to the right stakeholder within the state's governments. Thank you.
Thank you. Good point. Juan?
Thank you. Your previous intervention would save me half of what I want to say, because of course, the NRIs and the intersessional activities of the IGF is one of the values that we have to showcase. But showcase to whom? Because in the forum itself, we will have some limited reach. I can tell you that of the nearly 200 countries and member states of United Nations, not nearly half knows about the IGF and its merits. So I think last year we had a conversation in the strategy group regarding this, that I proposed that we need a renewal strategy. And I don't want to be pessimist, but I'm a chess player, and from the chess training, we have to consider all variations, not only the good ones, but the bad ones. So I'm not taking the renewal of the IGF for granted. I think we have to work for it. And the more that we work, the better. And so we need some outreach. We wanted to involve the leadership panel. We created a document, strategy document that I think we need to streamline down. And we have to do many things. I think that maybe not now, because that would take time. Now we have to select the workshops and we have some work at hand. But I think that even going towards the annual meeting in Norway and even after that, I think that's the main task. As you saw in the CSTD this week, we could even put in the resolution the call for renewal of the IGF. It's a sign that still is an uphill battle. And only just to mention what we need to do. In this CSTD, it was mentioned by many delegations many times, what is called the WSIS architecture or WSIS framework. We need to define that or help to define that and to clearly place what is the position of the IGF in that framework. What's the unique thing that brings to the table, the thing that is unique from the IGF and not from other forum. We have to, first of all, agree between us on that and then send this message across to everybody. I think that's the work that we have ahead. We were doing this in the strategy working group, but I will suggest, Chair, that I think that all MAG members should be involved in that. It's a survival thing. Thank you.
Juan, you brought up a good point. When corporations or businesses look at their strategies, one of the things that they look at is they have to define what's their unique value proposition. What is the unique value proposition for the IGF? As one says, what makes us different from any other forum that's probably having the same type of discussions as we are? Olga?
Sorry, I didn't understand my name. Yes, thank you, Chair. This is Olga Cavalli for the record. Many things have been said, so I won't repeat. I would like to build upon what Juan said. We have been through this situation several times before. We should not take the renewal of the IGF for granted, especially this year. Especially this year that so many changes are happening all over the world. And personally, I think that we are losing, being a woman, we are losing some things that we took many, many years to achieve. And we should not take for granted that the IGF will be renewed. And you, Madam Chair, mentioned a very interesting example. And I've been struggling for the authorities to attend the IGF and to pay attention to what is happening. And I think that now the developing countries are not paying attention to the impact that technology will have, is having and had. But the gap in between developing economies and developed countries is becoming very, very big and becoming bigger every moment, every year. So I think one of the strategic points of the IGF could be to bring this message to the decision makers. And I mentioned that yesterday, it's okay with the parliamentarians, but I think there's a gap. The parliamentarians, in my point of view, I've worked many years in foreign affairs. There is this vision that the parliamentarians have a special treatment in the IGF. That's from afar. And I know that maybe it's not that it is that way. But from afar, from the government's perspective, it's that they have a special treatment, they can travel, they have a special slot. And that is not the message that we should give. We should have all decision makers of the government in, I know that they perhaps develop the laws, but the ones in the field are not them. So those decision makers, should we be able to get the message that the impact of technology will have we have strong impact in economy and society, especially in developing economies. And we should not take that the IGF will be renewed for granted. And we should work on that. Thank you very much.
So I'm going to ask you, Olga, do we want decision makers or decision influencers? Because the parliamentarians are the decision makers, but when they leave here, what do they do? I don't know. Okay. Valeria? Oh, sorry, Chris.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, everyone. Pardon me. So I want to first acknowledge and appreciate Tijani's point in his first intervention about the NRIs. And I think we're very much on the same page, or at least we're very much seeking the same goal, which is that the experience and the expertise of the regional communities that come together in NRIs is represented in our discussions at the IGF. And I think we need that to be true for sessions across the program, and that whether it's workshops, open forums, main sessions, or specific sessions that are organized by coordinators of NRIs or coordinators of dynamic coalitions or other intersessional work. At this point in the process and in these discussions, those distinctions between different kinds of sessions can be important. They seem important to us, certainly. To those attending and participating in the IGF, those distinctions are not very important, I don't think. What's important to them is the value that they get out of the session, out of the discussion, that they can take back to whatever their job or role is and utilize to full effect. So I think that's the link to what you're asking, Chair, about the value that people get from this. And so the NRIs and the national and regional communities that constitute them really are an incredible source of value for the IGF and for its discussions, and we need to find ways to integrate that. I do think the points that were made by Teresa earlier, and I think Hossam also was making something of a similar point, is that we need to look at a real diversity of topics. We need to be ambitious in what this IGF can cover so that we're hitting the many different points of interest and controversy around digital policy these days. We can't shy away from that, but we also need to be creative and innovative in how we manage to fit that into the limited program of an IGF. So I think that really requires us to have a very holistic view of the program and of how we pull it together. And so that's really the challenge for us as MAG in the coming days. I think the points about the renewal of IGF and the points about WSIS are all very important, but we shouldn't lose sight of our very practical role right now as the people pulling together a program for this IGF that can make the case for IGF's renewal and continuing value in the world. That needs to be the sort of beginning of any discussion we're having here. Finally, I just wanted to react or reflect on Wout's point about the intersessional outputs, and particularly coming from the dynamic coalitions. I think that's absolutely fair and important. We need to be understanding and integrating the outputs of those dynamic coalitions. I'm not clear as a MAG member, and I may have missed something or others may have it, exactly what outputs are coming or are going to be landing this year from dynamic coalitions. What are the sort of highlights that we need to be integrating and highlighting in our program? And I'm sure there are bits of that information around, but it would be very useful, I think, at this point to have a really concise idea of, okay, this DC is going to be publishing a report. This DC is going to have its third report come out. How can we make that, give that profile in the program, make that back up and reinforce the sessions that we already see or are planning? So I think, again, coming back to this holistic idea, we need to be able to, as a MAG, take in all of the inputs we have here and produce the best program possible. And that's where the value will be for the people that we get there and in convincing those people to show up, whether online or in person. Thank you.
Good points, everybody. Valeria.
Very much, Madam Chair. Valeria Betancourt for the record. I would like to build on what Juan and Olga has expressed. As we all know, the IGF happens this year in a very particular context and can play a key role in building synergies, not only between the WSIS and the GDC, but also with other processes such as the Beijing Plus 30. But we should not forget that this IGF also happens in a context of intensification of global distress, polarization, violence, and escalation of conflicts. Palestine, Sudan, Ecuador, Ukraine, Lebanon, the examples are multiple, and many other countries in many regions. As we all also know, and Olga pointed out, there is also a setback to the multilateral agenda, the multilateral system, that impacts the possibility to make substantial progress on agendas related to gender, inclusion, development, and sustainability, in particular sustainable development, and decisions that are impacting seriously in the ability of civil society to sustain active engagement in the IGF and other key processes related to the governance of digital technology. So in other words, we see a decades-long regression in areas that are crucial for the future. So the MACT, in my view, has a very important responsibility in reflecting what all this means for the IGF and its role towards strengthening not only overall governance, but actually in relation to the crucial need to ensure the application of democratic and inclusive governance models at all levels now and in the future. So my call is for the MAC to also reflect on the very difficult and complex context in which the IGF is happening this year. Thank you.
Yes, the IGF doesn't exist in a vacuum. Charles?
Thank you, Chair. In fact, all what was said, of course, I support and do excellent. But to answer your question directly, this takes me back to the first year even of our IGF, when everybody was, you know, some of them, not everybody, was what's the tangible output. You know, some people still think that whatever you're doing, still they don't have governments, private sector, and so on. So my maybe bold recommendation, if we can have maybe one session, I think the Secretariat can help in that, of real, let's say, deals done based on the output of the IGF. For example, you know, we don't have, one of our powers is that we don't have strict, let's say, decisions, but the best practices many share in our main sessions in the workshops. It's good for people sometimes to learn from. So maybe I expect there had been some really tangible outputs between governments. Maybe one government talked to another based on what they said, how they implement laws and so on. Maybe private sector have a deal with the government or with another company. Is it a bold step to maybe show that in these 20 years, for example, there were really some good deals between private sector, government to government, private, and so on, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So a lot has been said, and I agree with everything that was said until now. And my 2 cents for this discussion is the following. I think that we achieved a lot with civil society and technical community in the IGF and in the WSIS in general. But very unfortunately, we lost in this way all over these 20 years, governments and the private sector. And
that is, well, we have to understand that without these two key players, we cannot continue to have an IGF that is strong and that is quite unique in the world. We know that governments, besides their very heavy agenda, they know exactly throughout the year what are the events that they cannot miss. So they know the events where their voice is heard, and they cannot miss such meeting. IGF is not in that roadmap for them, and CEOs, it's exactly the same. So they don't see the added value of coming from all the discussions that we have in the IGF. And it's really a pity, because IGF is a time to learn. It's a time to have different voices, and still working towards an information society, or I would say nowadays it's more a knowledge-based society. But it's, and to bear in mind that the digital technologies, they are not a society, that they are enablers for a more informed and with more skilled society. So it's a society where knowledge, where information, the gathering of information is helping to create knowledge. And under that chapeau, we have a lot of different things to be the basis for a very good discussion. On another component, we have, I think that the community is totally confused with all these different processes. And I think that we need some institutional peace, and to know exactly who is doing what and who is responsible for what. And so I don't think that we can continue to have this competition among the different intergovernmental organizations within the UN system. It's not fair. It's a lack of resources, both human and financial. And we have to seek how to surpass this institutional competition that is not working well. And there is the question of funding. So this is another elephant in the room. If we don't have an IGF more important to governments and private sector, so we'll never have the funding that IGF deserves and has to get. It's a lot of burden to the host country, and this is not sustainable. So we have really to show with the main sessions, etc., what is really at stake, and to show to the ones that really help us in changing, to show them that without IGF, a lot of knowledge will be missed. And if they support IGF and make it a more permanent body, it will be it will be really a very good thing to achieve with this IGF in June. And then on the negotiations until December, it will make much easier the negotiations until December if we have this very strong IGF. And to keep always an eye on the need to have appropriate funding for the IGF and how to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. TT?
So can you hear me? Thank you for giving me the floor. So I support what has been said so far from the other colleagues about the importance that this year has for the IGF. It is important also to try to show what has been the impact IGF has had in the last 20 years, and especially with NRIs. I think the NRIs have a great value, but this value is not shown in a good way. I mean, because NRIs, I mean, should maybe try this year to reflect on the value they brought to the IGF in the last 20 years. So they should show, compared to the action line of the OCs, maybe what the progress that have been done thanks to their support on the different action line. And we have also heard yesterday how the NRIs could bring value also to the GDC and to the objective of the GDC. So I think some space should be reserved during the IGF to reflect on how many progress have been done in the last 20 years. And this should be also an opportunity to create maybe alliances among the NRIs, focusing on some specific action line where there is a need of some progress from some NRIs compared to the other. So it's important, I mean, try to make a relation between NRIs, action lines, and the GDC objectives, and to show how on these lines there has been an important impact thanks to NRI in the last 20 years. So this, I think, it's important to share in the next IGF. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Is my mic on? Okay. I agree with many of the things that the community and also my colleagues have already mentioned, specifically on wanted to reflect on a few points. Juan articulated it very, very well. We need to look at the uniqueness of what IGF brings to the table. And that kind of, there is the justification or the argument for the renewal of the mandate or perhaps even a permanent mandate going ahead. I also, of course, take note of what Tijani and also Titi just mentioned about the NRI network. I guess this is one of the uniqueness of the IGF. The fact that there are 176 and counting organic grassroots initiatives that sprung up from all parts of the world, the diversity of it, the impacts, the local impacts of it. I think which really brings me to the second point, the policy shaping part of IGF. Wout already mentioned, where does all this intersessional work land? I think for many years, in my previous term as MEG member and other MEG members have also looked at and grappled with. We know that the IGF is a place for us to shape policy, but we haven't successfully articulated the link between that shaping and the actual impact, or perhaps we haven't done enough to actually articulate that. And this year is a very important year for us to get this right. Not only just landing with the policymakers, but also the closer ties where it feeds into relevant UN institutions, the closer ties to the WSIS action lines, the closer ties to the WSIS forum, all of the above. And then finally, a very practical point about outputs. I think many people have already mentioned that, but also, we have Norway in the middle of the year this year. It's in June. There will be the Norway messages or the Lillestrøm messages coming out of Norway. What then happens to the intersessional work that will continue until the end of the calendar year, the BPFs, the DCs, and especially the NRIs who will be holding their meetings after that? How will we think about where those outputs can go forward into something that really encapsulates the entire package of output of the NRIs, I'm sorry, not the NRIs, of the IGF ecosystem this year? I think that's something the MAG also has to think about really carefully. Even after we make the decisions about what we do in Norway in June, then we need to think about all the outputs that come out afterwards, how we're going to make it land effectively going forward. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So we are coming, well, we overrun this time slot. So we're going to end with Ole after we have 2, 4, 5 other persons. And let's try to stick to 2-minute time frame, please. Thank you. Jimson?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, this is Jameson Olufuye. +1 again to all that we've been contributing. And I think it's all in the spirit of continuous improvement. I'm just following up on what I've heard before concerning how to engage governments. I agree with you, it's tough to engage topmost level, but the appropriate level, appropriate officers, we need to engage them. And I think the NRI are doing a pretty good job, at least from what I have seen about that, but there is room for improvement. We all know that all countries today, they agree that internet plays critical role in economic development, and the governance of it is of great concern to them. And so, and that's underscore why we have proliferation of NRIs, and actually appreciating the Secretariat, IGF Secretariat for the excellent job they're doing, and the IGF SA too for the support. But the point is that we need to provide some more terms of references to the NIR so that at the local level, because the idea of national IGL is for it to continue to impact locally at the local level, local relevance. So in that wise, it may be possible to have a framework that encourages them to bring all the stakeholders. Especially in Nigeria, at least they try to bring all stakeholders together. It continues to improve. So through that approach, we can really get to the peak of our expectation concerning the impact of the IGF at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you. Haji?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, everyone, for the discussion so far on the importance of having the government. You know, when you look at the parliamentary track, which I have been a part of, and because I'm a member of parliament, both in the Gambia and the African Union, you're going to see that we have an output document. And this is a document that will actually guide us in terms of talking to the executive. Because when you talk about government, for the most part, people only tend to look at the executive side. But then the buck ends with the parliament in terms of laws and in terms of budget. And that's what people need to understand. Now, for policies to make an impact, they are actually translated into programs, and these programs need money to function. I can give an example. For example, the African Union Convention on the Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, which most of us at the level of the parliament, we've been following up until now. Most countries actually have signed, and most countries actually now, they've developed laws in that. Like in the Gambia, for example, both of those laws are actually before the parliament, before my committee right now. So you're going to see that that is kind of the impact that we are talking about on the parliamentary tract, because we have an output that all of us as members of parliament that attended, we need to follow. And I think it's really working very well. Now, the issue is like, how can we get the executive to come? And this is where also parliament can also play a role in their parliamentary work in terms of putting the executive on track. For example, right now we are talking about access issues, and we've raised issues about the Universal Access Fund. We are raising issues about co-location, where GSM companies can co-locate. That actually has the potential to lower the cost of operations. And all these parliaments actually are taking a role in ensuring that they bring this into the table. And without the parliamentary track, perhaps it may have been more difficult to get the program. Normally, parliaments, they don't do policies, but they help in the implementation of those policies by asking questions, by bringing funding to the executive, like the ministers, the policy to be able to implement. And I think, for us, I think as far as the parliamentary track is concerned, I think it's on track. And I think we can do more in terms of doing more engagement, in terms of doing more collaborations. And I think that is one of the ways when we can make the IGF very relevant now and also for the future. Thank you.
Good points, thank you. Desiree? Remember with 2 minutes, please.
Certainly, thank you. I also agree with what's been said earlier in terms of challenges for this year, but I do want to focus on seeing whether we could make some effort in showcasing this IGF NRI a two-way bridge ecosystem. Because what we are seeing is that national IGFs really bring global governance debates to local and a regional context, and vice versa. The IGF that are national also bring their policy issues that directly affect their communities to the global IGF. So I think all in all, we are experiencing IGF as a living infrastructure of engagement that is rooted in national and regional realities, like the policymaker just spoke, mentioned some of the examples of how to position the IGF as a network for parliamentarians. So I think we need to persuade governments, we really need to showcase local ownership and to highlight national benefits as well as the global dialogue. So the value of the global IGF as a policy incubator and idea generator is this idea where we do a great work in identifying emerging issues, but we ought to somehow have like a cheat sheet where this is all explained, what you gain from coming through the meeting and how the NRI and the global IGF ecosystem are connected, how they operate throughout the year as a living infrastructure. The last thing I want to say in terms of engagement, it would be good if individual stakeholders would do some kind of webinars, organize themselves with their respective communities and do a session, an intro session about the global IGF, and that we also have a readout post the IGF so that we continue talking about the importance of IGF. Thank you. I hope that's within 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. Just 3 seconds over. I'm now timing. Who's that? Adam? Adam. Adam, go ahead.
Hello, good morning. Yeah, I wasn't expecting this session, but anyway, I've just been wondering about things like what does the IGF do well, and therefore what should it do more of? And at a very simple level, this whole process represents and it understands good governance at many different levels. Represents global and inclusive governance. It's an embodiment of obviously multi-stakeholder governance, and it offers an approach to the governance of technologies that are underpinning our global societies, and policymakers and all of us are struggling with some of the challenges of those technologies and the implications they have on society. And I think it's important to add this model of inclusivity and governance that the IGF represents, and that we highlight this in particularly main sessions. What can we offer to topics like data governance or AI governance? I'm not expecting people at the IGF to be experts on the governance of data or to be able to design and implement new AI, but we are experts in how those technologies should be governed, or we can offer ways of good governance to the people interested in that and concerned about the implications of it. So I really, what I'm saying is, we represent models of good governance, principles of good governance, in a new way that's appropriate to information society. So I would focus on this core skill set. NRIs embody this. Policy networks are an embodiment of it. When I go to workshops and hear about gender and inclusivity and sexual rights, this is an element of it. main sessions talking about good governance principles, the Sao Paulo principles and so on. I think these are the things that we should be focusing on to inform policymakers and businesses and all of us about. So stick to our core issue, Internet Governance Forum. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam. I think you brought us around to the answer to the to the original question. So thank you very much for that. Shamsa?
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Chair, for giving me the chance to speak. So I'd like to discuss about the infrastructure and connectivity beyond token solutions. The IGF must push for decentralized conflict-resistant networks, leveraging mesh networks, satellite-based internet. Let's talk about the action. So it's established an IGF task force on conflict zone, digital resilience, partnering with the IEEE, ISOC, and local tech collectives to deploy censorship. If I talk about the gap, the current IGF debates like engineering specific working groups, so this must change. If I talk about the cybersecurity, protecting the risk communities with zero trust architectures. Palestinian civil society faces advanced persistent threats, APTs, phishing campaigns, and forensic surveillance. The IGF's current cybersecurity norms are reactive, not preventive. So the action must be like to develop an IGF cybersecurity rapid response unit to audit digital threats in conflict zones, mandating secure communication tools. If I talk about the gap, no binding framework exists for holding state, non-state actors accountable for digital repression. IGF must pressure ICANN and ITU to enforce sanctions on entitled weaponizing connectivity. Data and sovereignty and AI colonialism. Palestinian data is harvested for surveillance and predictive policing. The IGF data governance discussions ignore autonomous data ownership models. So we should promote that in a localized sovereign clouds. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Shamsa. So we're going to have Marcus, who was the last person since I made that statement. And some persons came and put up their cards and hands after. So we're really out of time. We are really out of time. So it is. And the rest of the work we have to do today is also important. So we're going to do Marcus, and then I'll decide after Marcus. These faces that are looking at me. Marcus, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I also say this is actually a very good session, and I enjoyed listening to colleagues. And I would actually support Raul's plea for an extension of the session, because it is really the essence, I think, of what the MAG is supposed to do. My apologies. To answer your question on the value proposition of the IGF, it clearly is the inclusiveness, the low barriers to entry. Originally, it was not conceived as a high-level session. It was conceived as a working-level meeting, but over time, then there was the need expressed to bring more high-level people in, and the host countries have taken on a lot of that responsibility. But the very format actually is something that frightens off governments a bit because they participate as equals with civil society members. And I do remember the very first meeting in Athens, we were actually afraid that governments would not play the game, but they did because they found it interesting, the interaction with other stakeholders. And the value proposition is precisely the IGF brings people under one roof who would not otherwise meet. And the same goes also for the tech people. They said it was actually interesting to talk to civil society because normally they don't do that. But to hear from them upstream before they develop a product, whether something would be acceptable or not, to, let's say, human rights advocates, can be valuable also for the companies. But to cut a long story short, we have moved on beyond that, and we're trying to reconcile these things. But we have to bear in mind that the IGF really has very low barrier of entry to participants. Just compare last week with the meeting of the CSTD, which is a very open UN body, but the barrier of entry is much higher. You have to bring in a letter of your employer, and with the IGF, all that is not needed. Teenagers can participate. We even had very young people, children coming in and talking. So, and that is obviously not something which is normal for ministers to interact with. So that is a structural barrier for bringing in high-level government representatives. But as I said again, the host country can bring in a corrective to bring in high-level representatives. And also, many points were made as to bring in the intersessional work. We have tried very hard, but we have never really succeeded. They have always acted a bit in a silo. And I think Solito made the remark in the chat that they should be brought in more into the main sessions and not left in their silo. And to the remark, I think it was already answered in the chat, Chris said it would be useful to know what the DCs are planning, but we actually have this list. It's also clear that not every DC has a major output every year, but we do have a list of what they're planning as an output in 25, and it is shared in the chat. We have this document, so this is something definitely to look at. Now, I apologize, I've spoken too long. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to have
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for extending the session. Thanks to Marcus for his advocacy. Some really important points were raised, and some of them connect. And so Juan raised the uniqueness of the IGF, and Charles raised the fact that in the past it's been knocked because it does not produce binding outcomes. That was something years ago that was honed on quite a bit. And so Chengetai might remember this. I know there was a point in time where myself, other folks from business, government sat and thought, well, when we talk about that uniqueness, how do we make the fact that there are no binding outcomes actually a strength? And so I think Marcus touched on that very eloquently. The fact that you do have conversations that would not normally be had between business, between civil society, between governments, but also the fact that you can sort of form partnerships as well with these different groups was very important when we were trying to convince folks internally to give you guys money. And I hit the nail on the head. Funding has always been an issue, and how do we get that to be sort of more permanent, if you will, in terms of fixing the health of the IGF? One of the things that we called it back then, and I don't know if the same is true today, but I'm hearing so many important things about the NRIs and the other work that has really expanded since then. We used to term it as a knowledge laboratory. So even though there weren't binding outcomes, the IGF was actually a knowledge laboratory where everyone could come together. And Jennifer's point about how it shapes policy, that's specifically it. I think there needs to be some work done, and I know that we're always short on resources, but something that specifically shows how the IGF over time has impacted digital policy, because it has, we just haven't charted it. And so not to put more work on this mag, I don't know what our term is, or I know this is like a weird year, different year, not weird, different year, excuse me. Maybe some of us, and we won't be able to do this by June, but maybe we can come together and look at, okay, so the funding piece, how do we take a group of us to work on that through December, right? Because I don't even know with respect to donations that you get, if it counts towards June or if it counts towards, I don't know if you guys have figured that out yet. But also, what about the thought about, maybe this has been discussed, a 20th anniversary report, where actually you can collect all of this these different vectors that feed in from the NRIs, from the dynamic coalitions, et cetera, to have something that then you can present to governments, you can present to donors, that really showcases something that's extremely substantive, that points to what Jennifer's saying, that is a marketing piece that will go beyond and will actually, form a bridge forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Raul?
Now, it's working? Yes. Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for your flexibility in managing the times. I very much agree with Marcus' comments with regard to the uniqueness of IGF and the concept of the low barrier. I like it very much. I would add that that part of the value proposition that make unique the IGF is that IGF is a place to connect. It's a kind of internet governance exchange point where you connect people with people, processes with processes, organizations with organizations, stakeholders with other stakeholders, but also people with processes, people with organization, or processes with other organizations. We connect everything and everybody. And so when we see, for example, that let's take artificial intelligence and everything that is happening. We have the discussions as the consequence of the Global Digital Compact, the summit in Paris, the UNESCO's work. We have many pieces of work. And so the IGF should be the place where people understand everything. This is what we talked about yesterday. And the success indicator should be related to that value proposition, so that the return of the investment for the people should be higher at IGF than in other places in terms of understanding the complexity of everything. So I think that we should see that at the main sessions. So the main sessions should allow the people to understand all those connections between the different pieces of the ecosystem, and the takeaway should be that I went to the IGF, and now I understand what is being discussed with regard to artificial intelligence everywhere. And I know how to prioritize my resources now, and I know where I have to go in order to be more impactful. And very much agree also with the idea, Cheryl, about the report. And probably we should have a central booth in IGF based on the concept of the 20th anniversary and all the results that we have achieved in the last 20 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that idea of the IGF booth sounds good. Teresa Zena Bruna.
Thank you. Is it okay? Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, 2 points from me. The IGF has impact, has footprint. Intersessional activities have been brought up. Let us also not forget that we can use the quality and long-term impact that also the policy networks, which we haven't mentioned properly, except for a few speakers before, have brought to the table. Policy network on internet fragmentation has had a long-term impact, managed, concretely speaking, for instance, to bring a topic that was considered as rather technical to other policy spaces, including the IGF has quality outcome reports and so on. So just to bring this to the table as well, and hopefully reflect it in the program of the IGF. My second remark is of a more general nature. There are some excellent ideas that are brought up, but I'm a little bit worried to what extent we are going to follow up on them. And I would very much urge that we don't use this meeting to bring up ideas, to have monologues in some cases. But if there are constructive ideas that other MAC members also agree with, I would really love that we act upon them. I think that was at least my hope with the new MAC, that we can be more bold, we can bring some change, we can bring some refreshment to the IGF. So I know it's not easy, but when there are ideas, let's say, on how holistically we should look at the sessions that will be accepted for this IGF and so on, I really would like that we take those into account. Thank you.
Thank you. I think one of the advantages of having early IGF, now we have some time after June to action a lot of what's being said here, come up with that marketing document that we can use. So working group on strategy, MAG, we have a lot of work to do to actually action what we've said here today. Zaina?
Good morning, everyone. This is Zaina Bouharib, MAG member. But I would like to speak here on behalf of the national initiative, the Lebanese National IGF initiative, because someone mentioned the troubles that we have in Lebanon. Some colleague of us mentioned it. You know, despite all the challenges we face in Lebanon, we managed to have a national IGF. It was delayed a little bit due to the war, but we finally did it this year. And the success was mainly because we had a parliamentarian track. It's true, we invited a lot of parliamentarians. Not all of them participated in the session, but at least they knew that we have this initiative. They appreciated that we shared with them our thoughts and our outcomes. Actually, the outcomes were also shared yesterday, precisely with the Minister of ICT, and he even proposed to provide like official patronage of our next event. So what I'm saying here is that we need to work in addition to the strategy, we need to focus more on the outreach, on the communication, on the marketing, as mentioned by Cheryl and Raul. I think we can do a lot through this, through the NRIs, because every committee, every steering committee of any national or regional initiative has among its members some government representatives. So these people can be the link with the wider government engagement. And maybe we can also benefit from the experience of the GAC, whereas the GAC, to enhance the effectiveness of the committee, they organize like high-level governmental meeting every 2 years. Ministers are invited to these meetings, and it's not necessary to have a like 2 days sessions for the ministers, but maybe in collaboration between the host country and the IGF Secretariat and the NRI community, we can manage to bring some ministers from our different governments to attend this meeting that can be co-located with the next IGF. This is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruna?
Thanks, Carol. Hi, everyone. I just wanted to add something to the discussion, because I think a lot of, first of all, Carol, thanks a lot for extending the time of this session. I think it's really important that we give way to listen to some of the fears and concerns that have been shared in the room, but mostly the suggestions, right? And I saw a lot of relevant things, including this importance of the holistic view around the IGF ecosystem that Chris, Adam, Marcos, and many others have highlighted. because I do believe that when we're trying to highlight the success of the model, it's really important for us to highlight what the model is, right? And as Adam was saying, what's the long-term contribution of that? And the long-term contribution goes beyond the NRIs networks, go beyond the DCs, and also spreads out to youth groups, to policy networks, best practice forums, and things like that. So it's really important that you, MAG, have this holistic view as a not just as an ideal, but also as a general kind of value for approaching the work this year, and also in terms of like coming up with the solutions. And I think it's also a little bit of what I miss with this session, that we can perhaps, hopefully Secretariat can help with that, in compiling all of the suggestions and solutions that were given in this session, because we've tackled different problems here, right? We've tackled governmental and business stakeholder participation. We've approached the funding crisis that's going on civil society, geopolitics, also the relevance of the IGF model and things like that. So it would be really relevant to have some sort of a matrix of the solutions and problems mapped out in this session, just so we can start approaching that. And lastly, my point would be just about the paper. It's really relevant that we change the narrative, right? And we try to focus on the IGF being this huge 20-year celebration as opposed to the space that's being attacked. And I do like the idea of the paper, and my intervention here is just to highlight that working group strategy has suggested as one of the actions, right, to write a paper about the long-term contribution of the IGF to the internet governance and cooperation space. So maybe folks can also help us co-writing that paper, and that can be perhaps an initial iteration of what the 20-year paper could be, Carol. And in that sense, it's really important that we have those materials, not just in Oslo, but also in Geneva, in New York later this year, so we can spread the message about the IGF. But I will stop here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Bruna. So we have Shangatai being an advocate beside me, so we're going to have Adam and Gunella, and that's it, I think. Okay, Zhao.
Well,
that is it, Zhao.
Timely.
Pardon?
Hello.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
Ole said he's going to add his to another session. Okay. Thank you, Bruna. Go ahead, Adam.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say, Ole Martin, hello. You began previous MAG meetings reminding us how many days there are until we all join you in Oslo. And I think we're down to about 69 days at the moment, or it might be 74, something like that, until 23rd of June. So this is really an important discussion, but I really, please, can you tell us what workshops are being selected, and can you please discuss them so that they fit with the limited number of spaces, and discuss how these will fit with the open forums, and how the open forums and the workshops together will be able to marry with the main sessions, because there's 69 days or so. And if we're talking about people attending, if you were planning attending, 69 days isn't long when you don't actually know what the agenda is going to be that you're attending for a week. So yeah, it's an interesting discussion, but I really hope we can hear you move on to the MAG's very onerous task of really getting on with designing the schedule, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. So hopefully nobody else will add to the list. Gunella and Zhao.
Hello, and thank you for giving me the floor. I might be the lucky last. So I have 3 comments, and the first one relates to defining what the IGF is. Governance in some languages, I gather, actually intersects with government, and sometimes there could be confusion about that. And of course, the IGF covers so much, and sometimes it's hard to actually explain to people who are not in our space. We are in our own space, and to try and explain what the IGF sometimes I find challenging. So Following on from a number of comments being made about the importance of having a document, I totally agree. We need something that can be used in a lot of different ways. But maybe rather than having just a document, look at multimedia. We are working in the digital space. So maybe we can consider a short video highlighting various aspects, because we have to remember that people who we are trying to promote to, they all have limited time. We have limited time. So we need to present and market the IGF in a palatable way that people can pick up. And then, of course, you have a document that has a lot more detail. I recognize that that will have to be done later in the year if there's funding or ability to do that. But taking an example of the annual report or the report from Rehad, that was very image heavy, and so that was an easy way to digest. Now, my third point was about how the main sessions could be structured. And you might have covered off some of this when my audio wasn't working, so apologies for that. But I'm just thinking if we do some headline acts like AI and meaningful access, and use what we're trying to promote, the various parts of what the IGF brings together as a whole. So having speakers from NRIs, DCs, policy networks, and representatives maybe even from some of the successful workshop sessions. So we're not only talking about a particular topic, but we are showing how the various stakeholders, including the intersessional work, is being focused in these sort of areas. Thank you.
Thank you. And Zhao.
I propose we have more webinars regularly. I think last time, it's about a month ago, we had a very good discussion on AI, and it's by the DC Coalition of AI. I think Dino was with that, a few speakers always, and I shared this with our community, and I found very positive feedback, because we have a lot of knowledge, experience, good governance or something. We could not do that once a year, though we have NRI or something. But this is a global discussion. It's not the same. So I think it's flexible, it's easy to carry, and we have to do some promotion regularly. Definitely, I think maybe twice a month, something like that, and we do it online, and we have more people like DC or from Ping AI or involved in the discussion, or 1 hour or something. We have a lot to contribute to global community, and definitely I think I will be very proud of that. I think they'll be very helpful. That's my idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, this has been a fantastic session. I've taken some notes. I'll put it together at some point. But I just want to say I like the idea of using different media as opposed to just a document with several pages. I've also noticed that some companies use this concept of a placemat, like what you eat on. So everything that they want to say about themselves have to fit on a placemat, and they make it look attractive. So persons don't have to read through an entire document. If you want to go to a document, then they send you to a document. But a placemat is also something you can easily send out via the different social media. So yes, we need to consider the short video as well as a placemat and the document. So with that, we end the session, and thank you very much, everybody.
We switch it around, not Mag only,
Yeah.
Mag in preference.
Okay. Okay, so we're shifting gears to MAG meetings. So MAG preference going forward. And we're now looking at the final workshop review, overview of the workshop evaluation and presentation of results. So Celine, you ready? Over to Celine.
Thank you very much, Carol. I'm waiting until the presentation goes up. Perfect. Okay. So we received from all four working groups and evaluation groups, actually, the results. Either the suggested 9 top proposals or 12 in case of one specific evaluation group. And in addition to that, some proposed mergers. So just for your information, we'll quickly go through statistics that we've prepared for your information. For now, the MAG proposes 41 workshops to be included on the program, with an additional 23 either to be merged or on the wait list, depending on the space that we'll be able to have on the program. So the group on sustainable and responsible innovation proposed 10 approvals and 9 to be confirmed, so either mergers or on the waiting list. The group of digital trust and resilience proposed 12 approvals, and part of these 12 are 2 suggested mergers. Digital cooperation suggests 15 approvals, and out of these we would accept the first 9, the top rank, and then 6 to be waitlisted. Universal access and digital rights suggests 10 workshops to be approved, 1 suggested merger, and 1 to be included in the BPF cybersecurity or somehow to contribute to the BPF on cybersecurity. So regarding the stakeholder groups, it is very similar to the overall statistics that we received from all workshop submitters. The largest stakeholder group is the civil society, closely followed by the technical community, 30%, and then followed by IGOs, private sector, and government representatives. When it comes to the regional group, the Western and European and other group is nearly 50%. Followed by GRULAC and the Asia Pacific group, as well as the African group. There again, something that we mentioned yesterday, when it comes to these statistics, we only take into consideration the statistics from the session organizer who submitted the proposal, but not of the co-organizers. So what I want to say by that is the diversity in stakeholder groups and regional groups might be a little bit different than what is here on the slides. Gender of main session workshop organizers is pretty equal. And also very nice statistics here, the first-time organizers, there are around 62% of first-time organizers that have been selected by the MAG for now. And 40% have already participated in the IGF in the past. When it comes to the intersessional work relation, 61% actually have no relation to the IGF intersessional work, so dynamic coalitions, policy networks, or NRIs. And when it comes to the local community involvement, around 70% are not including any local community. So again, for example, speakers from the host country or co-organizers from the region. And regarding the session format, so around 77% are actually roundtable, so very similar to the overall proposals received. And when it comes to the session duration, 60% are 90 minutes. And based on the discussion from yesterday, we would also look into shortening the 90 minutes to 75 minutes in order to explore some additional slots on the program. And we're uploading this presentation also for your work on our IGF website. And also here, just as a comparison, you have the overall workshop proposal statistics so that you compare what has been accepted or approved by you versus what has been submitted in general. So what I can also do is share the various Excel lists of the approved working groups. Chris, I would start with universal access and digital rights. Would you like to take over?
Sorry, I didn't realize what was being asked there. Certainly. Yeah, okay. Well, we've made a selection here. Yes, those are the, thank you for sharing that spreadsheet. So we looked at a number of different yeah. It's the average scoring. Yeah, I think probably like all of the groups we went through, we found the average score that we had for each of the 105, I think, proposals that we had in our group. Interestingly, I think our group was a lower scoring group than some of the others, but I don't think we need to take that as any indication of the quality of the proposals in our subset. We came around with a top 10 based on that, but then made some additional tweaks to ensure that we were covering a diversity of topics. Also looking at some of the tags that we'd added ourselves just to sort of make sure we were covering specific issues as well. I can read through the list here if that's useful. The first one is the relevance of DPGs for advancing regional DPI approaches. DPI I know is digital public infrastructure. Digital public goods is DPGs. Sorry? And as Amrita is pointing out to me, we had also gone with an assumption here that those 90-minute proposals would likely be reduced to 75 minutes. I think that's something we are comfortable with asking the proposers. The second one is number 144, which is bridging the digital divide, language inclusion as a pillar. Third is a competition and rights approach to digital markets. Third is financing self-sustaining community connectivity solutions. Fourth, innovative regulatory strategies to digital inclusion. Gender mainstreaming and digital connectivity strategies. Applying international law principles in the digital space. Closing digital divides by universal access and acceptance. Address digital funding gaps in the developing world, and then bridging the connectivity gap for excluded communities. So those are the ones that we were confident of sending through, or solid on sending through. There was then two further proposals which both made it into our top 10, which are on digital public infrastructure, and we are going to suggest to the proposers that those two merge. We felt digital public infrastructure is a really important issue at the moment. Certainly, a lot of governments are very interested in the discussion, but 3 in our top 10 seemed somewhat excessive. So with this solution, hopefully, we've got two digital public infrastructure themed proposals in our top 10. And then there was an additional one, this digital rights in conflict zones, a focus on tech companies, which, talking about technical community and private sector and its role in conflict zones. We were aware that this aligns very closely with what the best practice forum on cybersecurity has now evolved into this year. And so our suggestion was that the organizers of that proposal liaise with the BPF cyber organizers, and that can be a common session. Yeah, so perhaps I'm going to let Amrita speak because so Amrita, please jump in, and because I know you have some points here.
While we made these suggestions, we also had in mind, and I think the other MAG groups also had, we would like more clarity from the Secretariat as to who the organizers are, because if we are having a 39 or plus minus whatever to select, we would not want duplication of organizers. We would also want not to be biased with certain regions. I think gender of proposer is not important for us, but gender of who all are speaking, the interactivity is important. And whether we are also having youth engagement, for example, newcomers, because we did see the statistics, but we don't know how many which we selected are first-time proposers, because that's a data point which we do not have. So if the Secretariat could share with us who the organizers, proposers are now, it will help, I think, all the MAG groups to react better.
Valeria?
Yes, just to add to what Chris and Amrita has said, actually having the details about the organizers is also very important in order to ensure that there is a global north, global south overview of us. For the IGF is crucial to bring the perspectives of the global south, so we also want to ensure that there is the balance in relation to that aspect. An additional point that I would like to bring and to put on the table is the need to give equal weight to all the sub-themes. I think it could be not a good message that we could pass to the community if we have more sessions under one sub-theme than the other. So would like to advocate and for the considering equal number of sessions approved under each one of the themes, because all of them are relevant for the agenda of the IGF and the conversations that we will have in Norway. Thank you.
Thank you. Celine?
Michael.
Who's that? Oh, sorry. Okay, Michael and Alhaji.
Good afternoon, Chair. Elisha Michael from Zambia. So basically, since all of us have vast experience being on the MAG, all of us have served for 3 years on the MAG. Evaluating the workshops for this year's MAG was a little bit challenging in that using the method we had used in the past appeared to be different this time around. Of course, I will agree that most of the sessions, like 90% of them, were good sessions. However, to evaluate them, while certain information was not provided as to, for example, as the other speakers have spoken, to do with workshop organizers, it was very difficult for us to evaluate them on the aspect of diversity, first time, and other criteria that were laid down for us to use. So coming to the point is that from what we evaluated, of course, we came up with a top 10, top 9, but that does not reflect the actual expectation in that hearing what was said yesterday, that the IGF has been more of a gathering of similar faces almost all year round, speakers, sessions, organizers, all the same. So if given an opportunity for us to have been given that information that was not granted to us, like organizers would have made sure that we would have given at least a chance to first-time proposers to have leverage, unlike having the similar persons or similar groupings proposing sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. Alaji?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I just have a quick question. You know, on the first one here, it says workshop 83, the relevance of DPGs for the advancement for advanced regional DPI approaches. But on our group, which is Digital Corporation, there is this particular workshop, number 84, that talks about strengthening public digital infrastructure. So I don't know whether it was in the wrong place on us or it should have been on this universal access, because this is actually talking about strengthening public digital infrastructure. That's workshop 84. So I don't know whether it was in the wrong basket with us, but it seems it's much suited under universal access, actually. So that's not workshop number 84. Maybe they can take a look at 84. Thank you.
Just making a very quick response to Al-Haji's point. I mean, I think this is one of the things we were recognizing, and I shared a spreadsheet with the group which added what I was calling issue tags, because we saw this happen in a number of things, not just with DPI, certainly with AI. There were different proposals that ended up in different sub-themes, which I think is fine and legitimate, but it says something about our sub-themes, that they're not the only way to categorize these issues. So I think part of what I'm suggesting when we talk about a holistic view of the program that we're pulling together is, once we have all of the sub-themes and the proposals that go through, looking at, do we have too much weighted towards AI-themed sessions that came up in different things, or too many DPI sessions? So I think that has to be part of this process for us, for sure.
Okay, so are we asking at this point, I don't know if it's possible, Celine, is when we have the breakout groups, everybody will have the selected proposals so that they can do a comparison and make some internal decisions and try to communicate with each other, because you don't want both groups knocking out all the AIs and then we end up having no AI. Okay, that's just an example. Hassam, and then Amrita, is that an old hand or a new hand? Okay. Hassam?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with the understanding, this is just an overall comment for consideration, with the understanding that about 39 to 40 open slots is what I think I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, with respect to overall workshops. That's low, I think, traditionally for IGFs. And so I'm keeping in mind there will be a lot of disappointed people, many possibly first-time folks who have submitted proposals to the IGF who would really like their chance, right? And we want to encourage these people to become a part of the community. What I want to put out there for consideration, I understand that some groups have dedicated open forums. I think ICANN, others, et cetera. Is it possible, I don't know if these are set in stone, but perhaps for the groups that have open forums, we balance it where maybe they don't get 3 workshops, or take that into consideration that they already have their place to speak, so that we can make a little bit more room for some of these other proposals. So I just put that out there on the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Celine, next group.
It would be the Sustainable and Responsible Innovation Group. I'm not sure who of you would like to take the floor to make the introduction.
Who's the lead on this group?
Yes, I received the list from Desiree.
Group on sustainable and innovation has selected about 10 workshops on that are marked with green, and then we have additional orange a smaller number of workshops that we have selected as orange in case that we would get any additional space for that. It is true that even in our selection of the 10 workshop or session proposals, half of them deal with different angles of AI, but we did take into consideration that the workshops did not only cover one continent because we had so many of those, and maybe they're better fitted into the NRI program. So yes, different angles. Am I supposed to go through all of them individually, or if you can just... Yeah, we shared those online via email with everyone, and I'll come back to you in 1 second as soon as I find my notes. Thanks. Okay. So, where are they? Okay, different mailbox. Oh, sorry. Okay, let's come back. Okay, so I'm back. The 271, how our group did the selection, we went through the entire workshop sheets, and then we looked at the highest rating workshops by everyone, and then this selection of 271 with data agencies was selected on the merit that that our group decided on. So I won't go into all of the details. That is to do with data agencies and AI, and 53 is about internet health. The 123 specifically deals with AI and security, whilst the workshop 219 deals with generative AI and large language models. The workshop 370 covers AI indexes, and 362 AI risk management. So these are the first 6 that we have selected of many workshops that deal with AI because of the inclusivity of speakers, regions, and organize, well, the speakers and the quality of rating.
The workshop number 7460 is on e-waste and sustainability. It does have a specific angle, but we thought it fits really the overall climate. SDGs are well covered, and the policy questions were very well formulated. There is a section, the following one, 257, is on deals with elements of digital public infrastructure. It also had a diverse set of speakers, different multi-stakeholders, private sector speaker as well, from Amazon, if we recall correctly. And the policy questions were really relevant to the whole sub-theme of sustainability and innovation. And number 9 was again on the last one on AI, which is about sandboxes and AI. And that one also had a interregional view of different regulations that are proposed, and whether one could create sandboxes to deal better with policy challenges with the AI. The last one in our green basket is the one on privacy and Fediverse. We thought that it will attract a lot of younger and youth participation as well. And we haven't seen many topics directly addressing the issue of privacy and security apart from this one. It was very direct. So we open for any questions. In our selection of workshops, we have found that 319 better fits into data governance. So it says it's about data governance, but actually better fits elsewhere. And 392 also does not belong to our basket. It belongs to access and human rights. So within the orange, I don't know if we can scroll down to go through the ones we have had as other potential workshops, but I can read out the numbers and maybe we can come back to them. These are 466, again, on AI with a Pan-African view, and 214 as well, and then 148, 323, and 110 and 448. So we have 6 in the potential basket, or orange yellow, and a 10 in the green one. We're open for any questions. I also invite other members of our group to comment if I've missed anything. Thanks.
Any questions for that group? Alhaji, is that an old hand? Okay, next group.
The next group is the one on digital trust and resilience. Olga, would you like to take over?
Lynn, could you show the spreadsheet that we prepared? So we work with the whole group of workshops, and we selected like 20 that we thought they were the best prepared and with the most diversity. From those 20, once it shows, I keep on talking. Because we included a specific spreadsheet with some colors. Okay, so with this 20, we went through them and we proposed 2 mergers, 3 workshops in one and 2 workshops in one. And one of the workshops that we reviewed we thought that it belonged to a different group. So from the list, we ended up with 14 workshops, and we could draw the line depending on how many are we allowed to.
I think they're after the spreadsheet.
Oh, there. So the ones that are in yellow are the ones that we think that could be merged, 224 and 203, and then the number 348 could be merged with 118 and 300. So those one are below. So from that list, if you consider the mergers, you have like 12 selected workshops, and we would be able to, based on that merit list, to keep on the ones that we are allowed to have, like 9, 10, or depending on that. We didn't talk about telling them to go to 70 minutes or 60. That we didn't, because we don't know what we will decide at the end. I don't know if other colleagues from my group would like to add something. Yes, they want to add something.
Thanks, Olga. I think the session that is highlighted red, we felt belonged in the digital access and rights. So I think, because it was among the top rated 12, so we felt that it could be thrown in the digital access and rights. That is workshop 180-84. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question. So once we've gone through each group presentation, we're going to go back, and this is my understanding, so correct me if I'm wrong, we're going to come back and have our final suggestions. If we're not in a certain group, but we think another proposal has merit, are we able to speak to that, or how will I just want to understand the process as we go forward. Thanks.
Right. So since everybody's been so diligent, and basically the breakout sessions you've already done. So we're really at the point where we are doing I suppose one step before the final. So yes, you're gonna have the opportunity to now since you've seen everybody else's proposals, whether or not you want to keep certain things, move things up, move things down. So you can still do your breakout for that. And then we come back and we say, okay, this is the list that we are going to go with, right? So, yeah. So you're going to still have the opportunity to do breakout and lunch together. Then we come back, finalize, and move on. Amrita and Hassan.
Thank you, Chair. Amrita, for the record, I just had one question. Now we will get the shortlisted list of all the 4 teams. It would be good if every team can mention that, for example, when the discussion was there, that someone said, okay, this could be in access, or this could be, amongst their sessions, which they kind of shortlisted. If they thought one of them belonged to someone else, the other group could perhaps look at it and say, yes, no, we don't consider. And I think another point which Valeria made is each of the groups should have equal number. There was a lot of discussion in the chat, for example, should each of the work groups have 10 sessions in lieu of 8 or 9, which everyone was supposed to select to make it a 40, a whole number. That's a different thing. I will not go into 39 was what was given. But simultaneously, the other question is, we also want to balance newcomers, youth, etc. So would the Secretariat be able to give us that information in the sheet so that, at least we try to make something of a nuanced decision. We can't be perfect, but we could at least try.
I just want to reiterate what Amrita was just saying. If kindly the Secretariat can help us having the final statistics for the one chosen, how many government representation speakers, how many private sector, how many diversity in region, etc. So we can really have a holistic view and make sure nothing is out of, so we can fine tune at the end with some of the orange selected proposals to make sure that we have the most effective IGF for this year. Thank you.
We'll finish the other groups and then take a break so that Celine could put the statistics together and then we could go out. Teresa?
This discussion has some value. This data that has been mentioned by two previous speakers are crucial. And in addition, maybe the information, if there are any, organizers that have more than one session, because that is a piece of information that might be relevant as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Just a small point. We had at least a couple of proposals from the host country, and while they were not diverse at all in speakers, should we consider, as respect to the host country, in some way to consider them in some way to be included? Thanks.
I think Ole Martin is saying that you make the choice. You make the decision. Okay, next group. Any other questions for that group? Oh, Cheryl, go ahead. Sorry, I thought it was an old hand. Go ahead, Cheryl.
It was an old hand that became a new hand. I would encourage my colleagues to accept the host country proposal. I think that the diversity piece was one of the hardest pieces I struggled with. And as an organization that has a lot of resources globally that can pull in different groups among stakeholders and regions, it's still quite tough. And so I think we can accept it, and then together perhaps we can suggest some speakers that can help to round that out. So thank you.
Gunilla, does that help?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, good. Okay, I don't see any old hands or new hands. Celine, next group.
So the next group is digital cooperation, and I received a list from Raul. I don't know if you want to take over.
Okay. I didn't know that I had to present this. We selected, we knew that we had to select only 9 workshops, but we selected 15, but we provided an order because we, as other colleagues have already said, that we believe that some work would be needed in order to ensure more diversity in the complete selection of workshops. So we are giving more options to the Secretariat or to the colleagues in general to manage other proposals that are also good for us and could help to increase the diversity. By the way, diversity is the weakest point in most of proposals. And we also identified some proposals that were not well prepared. The proposals that are presented by credible with credible speakers and well-known organizations involved, but we're not well prepared. We usually discard those proposals because we understand that it's a matter of professionalism and respect to the other people that spend energy and time to submit good proposals. We consider two things: the average that were provided by the Secretariat, but also we realized that the standard deviation on some of the proposals were very high, what means that there were different views within the group, and so we paid more attention to those proposals and try to get consensus. Basically, the 15 that we selected are among the 20 better. That's the best qualified with the average too. So that is very consistent. My personal view is that probably the best way to move forward with this is that the Secretariat act as a kind of black box with the options that we are providing to propose to put forward a proposal that contemplate better the different kind of diversities that we are looking for. So I think that it will be a little difficult to fix those things among 40 people. That's my view on that. Thank you.
Anybody from that group have any? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
One more thing, but yes, okay, thank you. Is that when I spoke about the weakness on diversity of most of the proposals, is because we think that some proposals were very bad in terms of diversity, and so those we didn't approve them. But in general, we think that once the list of final workshops is adopted, we should ask all the organizers to make efforts to improve diversity in their proposals. That's important.
Okay, Cheryl.
Thank you, Chair. This is just an overall thought because diversity was also quite low for the proposals that I was grading as well. Not for this IGF, but perhaps in the future. I'm thinking if I'm a new workshop proposer, I might not even know, if I'm someone from the youth community, et cetera, who's out there who I could include or reach out to, et cetera, just because I don't have as many resources as those of us who have been doing this for 20 plus years. Perhaps in the future, we could create something of a speakers bureau, perhaps a list of speakers who are willing to have their contact information where if someone is putting together a proposal, they'd be interested in participating in that way to help kind of strike that balance as well with some of the newcomers that are coming as well, merging with those of us who have been doing this for a longer period of time. Just a suggestion. Thanks.
I think what we'll have to do is to highlight the resource lists that we have on the IGF website so that persons are aware. That persons may not be aware of the resource list. Yes. Teresa? No, that's Teresa.
Yes, just to add to Cheryl's observation, and we can make a determination once we get the final consolidation, but perhaps on some where a diversity also of stakeholder participants, where there might be value of having a business or government representative if there's not already, or civil society or technical. Perhaps each of the four groups could identify one or two and just reach out and mentor a little bit on some suggestions and resource options around that, in particular if they're new proposers to IGF, just to help out a little bit. So that had come up in some side conversations as perhaps something that we could look at doing.
Thanks, Chair. I think several of my colleagues have highlighted when they went through their lists, and I think Chris also did when he went through our group's list. There are some proposals that we thought perhaps were marked in the wrong bucket, or when we were looking at it, may have been marked in the wrong bucket, so that would have impacted the score. I don't know if that is something that we need to discuss or look at in any case. I'm not sure how it is for this year but going forward, there definitely should be at least a process by which, the MAG members assigned to that group will have a chance to take a look at those proposals that were, I guess, either by design or by mistake got put into a different bucket. Because I think, looking at it now, it might be we may be in too late of a stage because if we're looking at the scoring, or if it's scoring low, it might be too much work, or it might, we don't want to reopen a lot of the conversation there, but absolutely going forward, the scoring really needs to have this, built into the entire review process, because I feel like that would give those proposals a fair chance in getting a fair scoring by the MAG members assigned to it. And the second thing is, I'm just going to highlight a little bit more when we took a look at the, the information about the organizations that were, that little column that opened up. I think before we go to the finalization of those, we need to have some indication. I think Cheryl mentioned very eloquently earlier, those organizations that may already absolutely get, a open forum or a different opportunity elsewhere in the program, we really need to think about it, because we are being very strategic this year with the space. Thanks.
Okay. I thought that in previous years, if you found that something really didn't fit in your bucket, you threw it out early to the group that you think it belongs to, or sent it back to the IGF Secretariat to take a look at. So I'm surprised we haven't sorted that out. So if you do know, if you have that in your list, can you send it to Celine, the proposals that you think did not belong into your bucket? So she'll have a bucket of things that were misfiled or misbucket. So if you could do that for us, please. Thank you. Where's my list? Okay. Jinson, then Zena, then Valeria.
Thank you. Yes, speaking with regard to group digital cooperation, yes, +1 to the presentation of Rao, and also to really note the benefits of the initial quantitative assessments with the standard deviation. Yes, even though some could be high, we also look at those that are low, shows that there is significant consensus with the assessment. So that helped a great deal. But another thing of note is that quite a good number of very good proposals, apart from the general issue of diversity deficiencies. But they are very good proposals, and I think when we go into another closer session, we may have to identify. There are some proposals that actually deserve to still be there, maybe through merging. I think we can explore the option of merging more workshops as much as possible. And that could help to bring in more people, as a matter of fact. So, and then someone mentioned the need to provide more guidance. So I think that will also be helpful for those to be merged. And also +1 to what Sherry mentioned earlier concerning the host country proposal. I also saw it, and but there was a promise there that is going to be embellish down the line. So I hold on to that promise. So it's okay. Thank you.
Zena.
Yes, hello. Just to reiterate the necessity to review the diversity, the regional diversity when we are doing our last assessment, because I noticed that, for example, there were very few proposals sent by the Arab region, and one of the proposals was actually ranked 7 in the digital cooperation sub-theme, and now it is removed. There is another, actually, that is, I know it might be our problem because we don't have a lot of proposals from our region, but this needs to be rectified, and somehow we don't have to just eliminate a workshop that was evaluated like a successful workshop and to replace it by another workshop. I think we should review the workshop number 140 and the workshop number 117. This is for consideration of all of the MAG, please.
Okay, thank you. Valeria, then Teresa.
In our subgroup, we had a couple of sessions, maybe more than 2, that propose profiling a specific projects, solutions, and even products. And it was my feeling that those are valuable proposals, of course, but might be a better fit for the open forum format. So I'm not sure if this was something that the other subgroups also identify, but I think I would like to suggest that we take that issue into consideration, that might free some slots also for the workshops that are focused on a problem and an issue, a perspective, rather than profiling a specific initiative. So in order to ensure a strategic approach to the final selection of workshops, it would be important to consider whether or not only the issue that Jen brought up about fitting into the right sub-theme, but also perhaps also the format. Okay. Also making sure that the workshops are the right format for the proposals that we assessed. Thank you.
I hope the group leaders are taking note of the last 2 so that you take those things into consideration. Thank you, Valeria. Teresa?
To this, it was left by mistake.
Okay.
If it was for the other Teresa, I guess also no. So not no. No Teresa. No Teresa wants to speak now. Sorry.
Excellent. Jensen and then Cheryl.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I just want to follow up to what Zena mentioned, what she said, with regard to regional workshops. Those are very good workshops, but we were looking at something broader, bigger, but at the same time, if we can, I think we should give some room for regional workshops that are very good, because that's for 140 in particular, it's really good. if we can have a way to bring the regional ones together. I saw a number of regional ones, even with the Council of Europe, maybe with some the developing countries. If we could find a way to bring them together, if it is 60 minutes, then we can say, okay, let them have 75 minutes so that they can share. It's a way of bringing the peers together to even share best practices and let them learn together. So I think we could consider that. Thank you.
I think in the past we'd asked the workshop organizers to bring in a global perspective to compare to the regional, so it'll make it more, I suppose, get a better point. Yes, more holistic. So yes, it could be regional, but they need to bring in a global comparison. Cheryl?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to raise two workshops that weren't in my group for consideration that I thought were quite good. One was 290, Advancing Digital Sovereignty Through Collaboration in Developed and Least Developed Countries. I don't know if this would have fallen under the trust group or not, but I thought that this proposal had some good merit, and with respect to balancing out diversity, perhaps that's something we as MAG could work on after it. And then there's another proposal, 283, Principles Around Governing AI Agents. While there are a lot of AI proposals, I think one of the things that our group looked at was the different angles that it covered, because it's such a general purpose technology. It almost influences a lot of the other topics. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's being recognized in all different types of conferences globally. So I just wanted to put those two forward for consideration. Thank you.
Ganella, is that an old hand or a new hand?
It's a new hand.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Now, I won't be able to join after your lunch, so I am wondering if I could raise something before we all break up, which would be an agenda item after lunch in regard to going forwards in following years, assuming the IGF will be here, in regard to workshop proposals. So if I may now, or towards the end of this session, I'll leave it to you, Madam Chair.
Can you put the question again to the group?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm wondering, this would be an agenda item after your lunch when I won't be available. So I will state the question now on how we would maybe plan in future how to evaluate workshop proposals. And one of the questions that come up so much is about assessing diversity. And I'm wondering if there's a way that we could use an AI tool to do some of that heavy lifting for us. And what we could do is use the workshop proposals for 2025 and look at the evaluations that have been done, and then use a suitable AI tool to run that through, compare, see if it is useful. If it's not, well, it can be ditched, but it's something maybe worth considering in the future. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask the working group on processes to take that challenge up. So yes, thank you very much. Okay, so that's it. So we need a maybe a 15-minute break for Celine to complete her statistics. You still need 15 minutes or it's done? You still need it? Okay. Then we'll come back, have a quick look. Oh, sorry. All the way to the left and at the back. Go ahead.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you very much for giving me the floor at the end. This is purely just an observation from things that I've seen, and I may be wrong in this, but and obviously just from an observer status, I've obviously a lot of the workshop proposals there do seem really good. A lot of the topics that are really pertinent right now. But this is an IGF during a crucial year for WSIS. I've not seen many in the green, sort of that maybe have much of a WSIS angle to it. And I'm just wondering, maybe I've missed, I don't know, but if there's any sort of consideration for linking some of these sessions maybe entitled to the WSIS process this year, as well as also sort of a question to the working group chairs who what level of WSIS sort of themed topics have not made the cut? Have there been quite a lot proposed? Yeah, just an observation, comment and question. Thank you.
I don't know if the persons that were leading the groups would like to comment on that. Okay.
Since our group was access and rights, we didn't have any WSIS related topic. So we did have one, right?
I'm sorry. I think we did. Are linking to the WSIS process and has the purpose and the intention to come up with inputs for the process, even though the session as a whole is not focused on WSIS, but some of the sessions, I mean, had that intention in, yeah, yes, and we shortlisted those.
Thank you, Chair. In our group as well, I think we had a short discussion, and correct me if I'm wrong, Desiree, just about the proposals coming through from IGF and those for WSIS as well, to sort of want there to be a little bit of differentiation in terms of proposers who may be submitting workshops here and also submitting workshops for WSIS. I do think throughout the dialogue, some of what ties into WSIS will come through for some things, but ours was focused more on innovation as a whole, just for our group.
Okay. I think it is now. Okay. So for the trust and resilience ones, I think one of the things that I saw was a lot of people listing SDGs and even sometimes, you know, GDC aspects. Very few, Lillian and a few others maybe might have seen that, very few that went into, you know, WSIS action lines, for example. So that's where I think we stand for now. So nobody really did the projection to say, or at least I haven't seen really any that did the projection to say, you know, given what we got from the WSIS process, for example, you know, this year, trust and resilience, we need to complement that and say we will work towards, you know, any of the action lines that came out. Thank you.
It's really not in the first 9, but we do have 2 focus on WSIS in the reserve. So there may be a wild card for those ones as case may be. So we have 2 in the reserve list. Yes, we have 2 on WSIS in the reserve list. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll take a short break. come back in 15 minutes on my watch. So that's, let's just say 5 minutes to 1. So we can have a quick review of the statistics and go to lunch. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Celine needs a little more time. So we'll do lunch. And whilst you're at lunch, she will send out the document. And then we will just do, I don't know, you want a quick breakout session after lunch? Yeah. And
we do have rooms.
We do have rooms. Or do they want to stay in here?
Or you can.
Yeah, oh, you can stay in here. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Yep. Thanks, Carol. Just a question for the Secretariat. Oh, do we know currently the list of approved or provisionally approved open forums? Because that would be an interesting stat to also compare if we're looking at different issues and.
We don't have the exact.
It doesn't need to be exact.
I mean, if I can, we're actually waiting for the MAG to let us know about the workshop so that we, exactly.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's who have applied for both, and we shouldn't give them both. So that's the thing. And we prefer collaboration within the workshops. Yeah, so we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
We would want the other way.
Pardon? No, we want.
That was a suggestion.
Okay, no, we want the other way. Because remember, we are oversubscribed with the open forums, and we also have to, as this is a special year, as everybody has been saying, we also have to make sure that the governments feel represented so that they come. So yes, it's a dance, but workshops are supposed to be based on merit. What you think is best for the IGF, right? So it shouldn't be, you shouldn't be considering other factors. You should be considering.
We want a holistic picture.
Okay, so before we run past lunch,
let me confer. Okay,
before we pass lunch, I'm gonna ask Michael and Teresa if we could hold that thoughts. We can't hold thoughts until after lunch. 1 minute, Teresa and Michael. 1 minute, Teresa. 1 minute, Michael.
In that what you're suggesting, Chengetai, that if the same organizer will have an approved workshop, that they will not be getting an open forum. Is that what you're saying? That's my first question. And then I'm kind of trying to understand, because you're saying that the results of our workshop evaluation will depend on what open fora are accepted. But are we super clear about the number that we need to hit? Because you know what I mean? You don't know now if there will be these clashes. Will that possibly release space for more workshops?
I don't want to make any definitive statements, but yes,
okay.
It will be taken into heavy consideration. But yes, but no definitive statements as such, yeah.
Chair, in trying to have a holistic picture of what is to come in regards to the magic number of 39, is our evaluation will it determine if the host will increase the numbers of workshops depending on how we time from the 90, 75 or 60, or we just have to work within the mandate that we've been given without considering time or any expectation in terms of numbers to be increased of sessions?
I'll let the hosts speak for themselves. Shall I give it to Tuan? Yeah. It's a question if they make some adjustments to the timing, etc., can they expect that there will be an increase in the number of session slots available from the 39?
What I would suggest is that you just identify ones that you can quickly say, okay, good. We've been given one more. This is the one that's going to go. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, in the
just
yellow.
just identify which one of your yellows are going to go if there's a go. All right? Because I don't think we could answer you now to say, yes, it's going to be reduced. So just identify in your group which ones, maybe pick two, being very optimistic, are the two that you're going to say, we're going to change these to green if given the opportunity. Okay? Right.
Tuan?
So everything helps. If you shorten the sessions from 90 to 75 minutes, we will then look at the puzzles of all the sessions and try to make it work and increase the numbers based on what we have available for us. And in addition to that, we will look at other opportunities to increase number of sessions. But the more you assist us with the length, the duration of the session, it will help with that puzzling game.
As Carola said, I'll be very careful with the first two in the yellow zone. And if you're being very optimistic, maybe the third, but just keep the first two in, yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. And persons online, welcome back. I don't know, breakfast, lunch, dinner, welcome. So we decided just before lunch that once you get the information from Celine, we'll break up into groups here, decide who wants to be in which corner. Do you think you need more than half an hour? About half an hour? Okay, we'll look at it at half an hour to see. Go ahead, Teresa.
And exactly what is expected from us in this half an hour or 15 minutes, Carol? Thank you.
You asked for some statistics and some data to look at to help you determine whether or not you're on the right track with who you've selected, which proposals you've selected. So, so whether or not, well, that looks like it's too many AI. I could drop my AI and put something else in. So that's the type of thing that you were going to discuss, unless you already discussed it over lunch. Teresa?
My question is, what's the advantage of doing it in the breakouts rather than in a plenary? I'm not saying what is, better. I'm just trying to understand.
Each group has to make their own decision.
So are we going to meet again in the same groups? So we will not be like cross-checking across the streams.
Right. Because and if you need to give a shout out to any other groups, and if we're all in the same room, you can say. As I said, you may not need it, I don't know, but it was requested. So some groups want to have that last look. So we'll give it a half an hour, and if you need more than a half hour, we will discuss it. Go ahead, Cheryl, then.
Thank you, Chair. An overarching question, it's a question that I've been asked. For day zero, when will we know more about day zero? I understand there's 45 sessions, just for planning purposes, et cetera. When will that be figured out? Will we have that discussion? Thanks.
Juan, you want to take that, or Celine will do, okay.
Thank you. So it actually depends on the list of workshops that we receive. Once we receive the list of workshops from your side, we're going to finalize the rest of the selection, let's say, regarding other session types, including day zero.
Raul?
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I was thinking that we will take a look of the workshop proposal all integrated. That's how many are from each region, how many in order to check if there is enough diversity. But you are suggesting that we come back to the groups now to this. So I'm not understanding what's the objective.
Okay, so maybe I didn't understand the request from the group. I thought you needed more data in terms of newcomers, in terms of, what else was it? Newcomers and repetitive topics. You also wanted to see whether or not, or you were supposed to try to inform the Secretariat for the ones that you think were mistakenly placed in your box. So all of this was to be sorted out during this session, because Celine would have sent you a document, which she asked you not to share because it's quite a comprehensive document. But she's also put filters on each column or each field. So therefore, you can always select, oh, I only want to see those that are newcomers, or I only want to see things that are in a certain category. So you can do that type of stuff to help you further determine whether or not you're going to keep something or not keep something. Or you might see that the same group that submitted something else somewhere, that type of thing. Now, if you don't need that and you think that you are at a point where your final say is your final say, then we don't have to split out. But I thought before the lunch, you wanted this data in order to further determine. So go ahead, Chris, and then Michael.
Okay, thank you, Carol. So just trying to get my head around this. So at the moment, looking at what we've got from what came out of the last session, we have 42 workshop sessions that have been given the straight through go ahead from different groups. We then have another 21 that are either merging or doing something else. So are we looking to cut back to a sort of a specific number, or are we, if day zero is still in flux? Okay.
So if you found that well, the same topic is being done somewhere else, then I could move one of my yellows up to a green. So I mean, it's not a must. If you do not want to break out because you think that you're at the place where you want to be, then we don't have to. Michael, and then Jimson and Teresa.
Chair, initially during my interventions, I think in the morning session, was that at the time we were evaluating these workshop proposals, there was information that was not granted unto us to make us make a fully informed decision, especially in the area of diversity. However, at some point, I did request that information might be given to us, and I've seen there's an email from Celine that was sent probably an hour ago, So I don't know what others may think or what are their thoughts. I would still suggest that if it's possible, we split in our respective working groups and see how we can now compare what we've just received and the decision that we made. If they're in conformity, then we go ahead. If not, we can make changes because we haven't reached a stage where we say, yes, this is our final list. Thank you.
Well, my understanding is that at this point, we could actually look at some other waitlisted workshops and see where they can be proposed to be to have a form of collaboration, even with others, especially even if possible, the first night in our side, if we see some workshop, we feel could also work together with others, why not? I think that is what I think we plan to do at this point. Take a final look to see if there can be some level of collaboration from the basket we have right now. Thank you.
Because I'm trying to understand what the value of the breakouts would be. If we meet again in the same live streams, like I believe all of the groups made quite balanced decisions about what workshops we are suggesting. But what this additional data that we have received might help us is that, for instance, is there too much on a specific topic across all those streams, which might be the case, let's say, for some AI sessions. Is there some repetition across the streams? Because I really am trying to imagine if we now go back to our digital cooperation, like what exactly are we going to talk about? Because we have suggested 9 workshops that are not repetitive. But as you have said, we should now see with the other groups, if there are some overlaps or anything. I just want to be practical. That's it.
Right. So you might have decided, I'm good. This is my list. But let's say somebody else looked at the data and said, you know what? This is being done here, here, and here. I would rather give up one of mine that's on the same topic and move a yellow one up. If your group does not want to move anything, that's fine as well. Okay? Chris, and then Valeria, then Lito.
So, I mean, just as a sort of precursor to all this, I mean, I think it's worth noting that with the 41 workshops that we did that made it into the 2-star, definitely going through category, there's no overlap in, there's no duplication in proposers. So that's worth noting. And the proposers group is actually, from my read on it, is pretty diverse in terms of kinds of stakeholders, kinds of organizations, regional diversity. So that's also worthwhile noting. The final point I was going to say is, I think from trying to piece together a look at it, sorry, let me find it here. We have in that list, and again, this is just the 41 that we thought of going through, about a third of them I've tagged with governance, so they're governance-related workshops. About 28% are AI-related, so we do have already a reasonably significant chunk of AI there. 15% are infrastructure, 10% are innovation, and then we get the sort of long tail of different issues. So there's not necessarily anything that stands out as hugely concerning to me from that, but it might be worth still digging into it.
Question, Chair, in relation to some of the common parameters or criteria that we will be all taking into account when we break in our groups. Are we assuming that, well, as Chris noted, we are not going to have duplications in relation to organizations having more than one session, but could like just a recapitulation of all the specific criteria that we all will be taking into account when making final decisions for our workshops, please.
Thank you. I think most of what we were discussing this morning and trying to find out in the proposals is there in the matrix. So, for instance, and my conclusion will be we can do it without splitting or splitting in groups, either way. Because, for instance, I use the filters. And I found that within our group, Digital Cooperation, there are 3 out of 9 proposals that are first comers. For instance, we need to decide, is that okay? Or no, we need more or whatever. And we have 1 from Asia, 2 from Latin America, and the rest, meaning 6 for Western Europe and so on. So we can find out that data. I did it just for the group, the Digital Cooperation, but we can use the filters and do it for the whole selected green workshops. We can do it all of them at once and discuss here, or go into groups. And if we decide that it's not a right balance of, for instance, newcomers or so, we can work it by groups, or we can take a look at the whole picture, the 40, the 39, whatever number it is, and decide if the balance is well balanced by the, using and for the entire group of proposals selected. So thank you.
Thank you, Zaina, and then Cheryl. Zaina? Cheryl?
So I do feel compelled to raise this on behalf of my constituency because we just had a good discussion at lunch over this, but I think I see only 5 private sector proposals. And so in terms of balance, I'm not seeing that right now, just given all of the other categories. And so I would urge the other groups to maybe consult with some of us from the private sector in terms of whether or not we can see if we can improve that a little bit. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate having offered to give us the time to break out into groups, but I do wonder whether getting an overview of everything together, not to put more work on the Secretariat in any way, of what does it look like now as compiled with everything in place? What is the regional representation, the stakeholder? Are there issue areas where there's gaps? And then I think earlier in the day, there were some where there were similar proposals in different subgroups. Oh, I think one was around AI roles and responsibilities and governance or something. And one could then say, okay, those 2 groups, we could propose to the leads of those 2 groups to go and talk with each other, that they might be able to build out a stronger workshop there. But I think having an overview of the big picture where it looks now for us to help identify where there's gaps may be a way, at least for the digital cooperation subgroup. I think we're pretty much in place on the top 9 or whatever it is that we proposed. Not to confuse things, sorry.
Okay, so we're having a mixed stance here with regards to what to do. I don't think that this can be done as a group because as a entire my group, because only you really know from your group what got you to the point to the decision that you're at, and whether or not you want to change anything into that decision. So as Cheryl brought up, if you divide out into your groups. And then you say, okay, I heard what Cheryl said, I heard what this one said. We were kind of sure iffy on this one, we can change, but it's up to you. Remember, this IGF needs to be different. It needs to take in as much consideration as possible so we have a good mix, a good blend, and we have something that our communities will find very helpful and very fruitful for them. Raul, and then Hassan.
Yes. Speaking by myself, not by the group, of course, that I think that we already made a selection of workshops. So we suggested, in fact, all the groups suggested more than the quantity that was required. So we were required to propose 9, and we provided 15 in order of preference. I'm happy with that. So if you ask me to review I will keep what we already did, because we just reviewed the proposals. I think that the only thing that we couldn't do when we did that exercise was to ensure that there is enough diversity among the whole selection. So probably we are, and it is impossible to care about all the kind of diversities we are trying to achieve in a small group of 9 workshops. This is why this has to be seen with the whole, look into the whole picture, and and I would be very happy if this is done by the Secretariat. So I said, we already said what are the workshops that we think are the best ones. We provided extra workshops in order to facilitate the work to ensure the diversity. So if there are few proposals approved from one stakeholder group, we can take the next one. That's is it. So I would be very happy if this is done as I proposed yesterday in a kind of black box by the Secretariat. So I trust 100% in the work that will be done, but I'm speaking by myself only.
Okay, so in my opinion, after reviewing the statistics done, that again, the participation of government and private sector are 5% and 6% for the one chosen for the workshops too. So my opinion is we can agree the first 8 workshop in each sub-theme, for example, are already accepted, are in line, etc. And then we take 3 or 4 in each sub-theme, and all of us together, we will review them, like 15 workshops. We'll choose out of them the remaining amount that would achieve the diversity required, having government and possibly a private sector in them. This is the easiest way to do it, and we will be all together working on it as we go. It wouldn't take half an hour.
I think. Okay. Olga?
This is Olga for the record. I support what Raul said. So for us, we provided 14 workshops, also options to merge, like 2 and 3 workshops proposed to be merged. So we are happy that Secretariat could do perhaps a final selection. And also responding to our colleague recently talking about governments, have in mind the open forums are mainly requested by governments. So that balance should be considered in that way. Thank you.
I think at this point of time, when we are talking about selections, having a balanced workshop is important where there are different speakers, including government. I don't think we should be hung up about a government-led proposal because, as Olga mentioned, we will have open forums and others. But having speakers from the government or the other sectors is important. And I'm sure all the MAG members selected workshops based upon all the merit.
Thank you, Chair. I supported Hassam's idea. I think at least making the effort to improve those numbers, I think that's our job. And so I think that was a balanced thought.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to answer something you asked about. If the same organizers has a winning, let's say, proposal in more than one sub-team, because I looked now at what Celine sent to us, I saw a couple, for example. They won in 2 different sub-teams. Should we give, or maybe the Secretariat, as my colleagues mentioned, if they can, maybe check that, and based on their feedback, I trust them too, like Raul, so we can maybe check that. And just a note, I noticed in the chat, I think Zena was trying to talk. She mentioned, and she's raising her hand again or something. Just want to thank you.
So we have 3 groups saying that they are done. I don't think it's fair to try and put this on the Secretariat since this is the MAG's job to get this done and finalized. If you feel that, and I think Charles brought up a very good point just now, when you filter and you see that the same proposals are across multiple groups and they're green, then what? So I think I see that as an issue. Jimson?
This is also my opinion. I don't see why we cannot take a look at these workshops. And if you look at the scoring level, we have very high scores. And the deficiencies, most of them are like the same, so to speak, diversity challenges. So I think we should take a look where we need to encourage collaboration, where we can specify that. Organizers have collaborated in the past. In fact, I even experienced one when we were collaborating and I was embedded in it and I was impressed with the way they pulled resources together and they commended themselves that the outcome was great. So there's nothing wrong if we look at it and encourage collaboration. And even if we have said, okay, we have 10 or 11, we could still look at the other one and see if we can suggest maybe they can join part of those ones that are already listed. It had more value. That is my thinking anyway. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to give you about maybe 20 minutes to play with those filters, see where you have some disparities or things that you want to make note of, and then we come back as a group to decide whether or not you want to make a change or not make a change. So giving you 20 minutes starting now, well, 25, so that'll take us around up to 4. Am I running over schedule if I do that? No. Okay. Nobody wants to move. Huh? Too much lunch? Okay, so Desiree and sub-theme on innovation, we'll take that corner. Chris and sub-theme on rights and access can take the back corner. Raul, subtheme, and digital cooperation can keep the front. Olga, trust and, oh, sorry, Olga's in the front, sorry. Olga, trust and resilience in the front. Raul and digital at the back. All right, thank you, everybody. So all right, so what I'll do for this session is to just hear from the group leaders, what came out of your meeting, not so much in terms of I didn't make a change here or there, but what type of maybe process improvement you think could be done to avoid us or to avoid the MAG finding themselves back in the same position next year, where we are now looking at newcomers. We're now looking at, well, how many proposals did one proposer make, and things like that. So maybe we this whole exercise is good in terms of looking at what is our process going forward. Or some of you maybe did say, hey, I have a change. But let's just hear from each group lead and see where we're at. Since Olga's in the front, we'll go with Olga.
We got a request from colleagues about workshop 290. So the idea was to move it to other. Yeah, please, can you?
So there was one, so this might have happened in other groups as well. There was one workshop that Olga's group received that was AI that should have been, we think, in our group. That was proposal 283. So we've picked that up and put it on our green list. And then one was 290 that we've asked Olga's group to consider. Yeah, from EFICTA. So they're working on that. And I really, honestly, 290, and just really, really appreciate the collaboration and the help. So thank you very much, Olga.
No, thanks to you. That would be the only request that we had, right? Because your colleague was talking about the same request. And as I said before, we have made a selection about even considering this possible merge, 14 workshops. If there is room for more, that's okay. If not, we can cut up to 9 or 10, whatever, in the order of merit that it's in the work spreadsheet.
Lito has some numbers. We analyzed the proposals that based on the new data that we have now, and we realized that there is a problem of balance. We have only one proposal from private sector and only one from governments among the 9 that we had selected, but we were looking to the others that were in the ranked below, and there is no way to fix that. In fact, all the proposals that we marked as yellow are from civil society, so there is no way to improve the problem of the balance. We think that's the proposal that we had selected are okay. We are good with that. We still think that there are some things that have to be fixed in terms of diversity once we have the whole list of workshops. Teresa, can you explain what we discussed about how to select from?
One thought we had is that that other groups may have identified some that are either government or business proposals. And in looking at, and the Secretariat had done a nice job of the overview of the emphasis of civil society, business, government, and technical proposals. So if other groups had some additional business or government or proposals that would allow us to balance out more across the entire IGF and include more business proposals or more government proposals, then we would be happy to cede our extra one or two to those to allow for that balance. I hope I'm articulating it correctly, because those that are in the yellow zone for us would be adding on to the weight of more civil society. And we know that with no disrespect to those proposals in any way, but to afford the opportunity for some either new government or more business or other proposers from other groups to cede that area for other groups to provide.
Thank you. I think that's very helpful, that approach. Yeah, Jimson? Go ahead.
Now that there is a comment on the WebEx, I was not connected, and I am seeing the 10 first proposals that we selected are all of them among the 15 best ranked, considering the average. So there are no radical changes. We are within the top of the we didn't. So just you can see that there are some. As I pointed out yesterday, some of the proposals show that there is a standard deviation that is a little high, and it's the consequence of diversity in the perspectives of the evaluators. And so we were trying to look for consensus on and this is why probably one moved above in the ranking and others moved below. But the 10 that we selected are among the 15 that's best ranked considering the average. So there are no radical changes.
Yeah, just as a follow-up, really, there is no radical changes, but just to add that, yes, the 9 are fixed, grade the 9 selected earlier fixed, and then the extra basket, we suggested about 5. Yes, from that basket, yes. If it's still possible to accommodate anyone, we won't mind if it's taken over by a private sector or government workshop. But notwithstanding, that original 5 listing, we're making adjustments on it. We found out that there is a particular organizer that's been approved in the sustainable and responsible innovation. As an organizer, they've been approved as Data Sphere Initiative, and they're also featuring on this list. So we are stepping them down on this list. That's 195 is being stepped down, and in its place, 126 is moving to fill up the 5 list that we have. But as my colleagues have said, if we have proposals from private sector or the government that could take the extra slot, because we are not unaware that having stepped down from 90 to 75, that is time slot, there could be space for more workshops. So when that latitude is there, then those possibilities can be factored in. So I believe the Secretariat is taking noted view on this. Thank you very much. That's the digital cooperation.
Sorry, let me just get the chat. Nobody in the. Oh boy. Go ahead. Lido, can I just leave you for last there? Because I want to make a comment with you. Desiree?
Thank you, Chair. So our group went and looked at the ones we said. This is the group on sustainability and innovation. Chair is also a member of our group. We have agreed to leave the first 10 on, the green ones, as in the table shared by Secretariat by Celine. And we have got from our wait list, where we have 6 of those. We reconsidered 110 because it has linkages to Global Digital Compact. And it's also very diverse in terms of having Asia Pacific and Latin America and other parts of the world, I think, talking about AI. It's a different AI innovation session, but we're really asking if 214 could also be taken into consideration, which is the one from German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation. However, it is African-focused one. So yes, 110 and 214 are on the list, 110 being a bit higher than 214.
Okay, there we go. I think for my group, all I can really say is I think we're happy with the list that we came through with originally. I think looking at it with some of the additional information, we perhaps see a bit of underrepresentation from APAC, a bit of overrepresentation from WEOG in the submitters, but I don't think we're looking to make any changes based on that. If I can say just a couple of words, speaking for myself rather than for the group, I think, I again reiterate, I really think we can't put too much stock in the identity of the person who hit submit on the form to indicate the diversity that we're looking for, because we're not taking any account of the other organisers that made up the organising team who might be from different stakeholder groups or different regions. So it's quite arbitrary if we're going to make too much of that. What I would perhaps have some concern about, and as I mentioned, is we do only have in our top 41 that we have that were agreed by the 4 groups. We have one which I had tagged with youth as an issue, so one relating to youth issues. We have one specifically relating to gender issues. Those are 2 areas that we may want to see better represented. So if we were looking to make some changes or in looking at filling in spaces as we go forward, that might, I would think, looking at those sorts of issues and making sure we have the full diversity and appropriate focus on issues that have come through is perhaps more important. But I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, so I've left Lito for last because we had a discussion, and I think you had something else, Desiree, or that's all hand?
I think I've forgotten to mention one thing, that we have also taken a workshop from Digital Trust from Olga's group, the 283. And it really belongs in our basket, and we rated it all as an important one. It's a private sector one, and we wanted to have more balance between civil society proposed ones versus other stakeholders. Thank you.
I had a conversation with Lito, and I think this whole process has, this whole exercise has given us some thought for change or addition to processes. You know, each year we struggle with how we're going to enforce diversity, and it's a very hard thing to nail down, because people would give you a list of names, and then by the time the event rolls around, it's a different list. So we really need to think about how we are going to really police the diversity. The next thing is that we need to consider, and I'm not saying that we must do it, how are we going to, from any one year, because I think we've changed percentage ratings before. So if in 2026 we're saying, okay, we want to focus on youth, government, and private sector, we need to add that into the criteria. Another question I asked Lito is, why are the government and private sector ones so low in ranking? Are they not writing it properly? Is it not, the policy isn't written right? I think we need to look at that as well, and maybe even approach the group if we want to say we want more inclusion of these persons. So that's just some of the things that I spoke to Lito about. So I'm now going to hand over to Lito.
Thank you. Yes, there are some lessons we can get from this exercise, as you say. For instance, I think most of us focus when we are evaluating, focus on the contents, on the topic, on the criteria that we have defined. So we look at the description of the workshop, and we think they cover well or not so well the topic with the questions, the policy questions, and the way they are implementing the workshop, the round table, classroom, whatever, and the dynamics they are going to follow to engage people both online and on site. Those topics, we do look at them. Maybe we don't take a deep look as to the composition of the speakers, I mean the diversity, region, and for instance, newcomers, I don't think we look at that when we are evaluating. So, or the youth, I think we don't do that, at least not the majority of us, in the first round, if you will. So maybe changing the process could be that we have a first round of the groups selecting, like we have done here, but in a more slow pace, if you will. So we have this 9, 10, whatever per group, and then we conduct some kind of auditing, and let's find out. For instance, we did with the cooperation group, and we found out that we had 3 newcomers out of 9. So 1/3 of the workshop proposals that are selected in this group, 1/3 is from newcomers. I think that's a good balance, but maybe just 1 private sector and 1 government. We have that in that group. But, or as Chris was saying, maybe we don't have any youth there, topic, or something like that. So we can discuss this later, of course, after the IGF, probably, and for next year. But having this kind of auditing, once the first round is run through, and we say, okay, out of the 39, I'm using the numbers for this year, out of the 39 or 40 workshops pre-selected, you don't have, you have only 1 for youth, and you have only 5 newcomers, or whatever we want to add to. So we get back that first round of selection to the groups and say, okay, see if you can do something to have a workshop pre-selected that is containing anything about youth, or more newcomers, or more from governments, or more from anything else that is a second review, a second pass to the discussion. Maybe something like that could work, and also, of course, have the data at hand when we do the evaluation, just to make sure at least we MAG members evaluating had a look at that. I'm not saying that's the priority. The priority should be the contents, the topics, the policy questions, and so on. But maybe those are elements of information that we need to know beforehand. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And really great comments on that, Lito. I think the diversity piece, it's tough because it's also subjective. and we're all trying to hit it. And then when you go back and you review, you think of all the other things you're looking at. So for example, we went back and we made sure we included extra youth proposals in our green list. I think what is also difficult, the breakout groups are helpful, but it's hard to talk about the proposals without talking about all of them together because some were missed. And so I think the general discussion, like the big room discussion, is really helpful to kind of close some of those gaps, because as people are submitting them, you know, we just saw that some submitted some under some themes that perhaps should have been submitted somewhere else. So I think that that's important too. The more direction that you can give the MAG, obviously the easier it is in terms of what you're specifically looking for. So really good point on newcomers, you know, how to look at that. I know in the proposal it says how many workshops have been previously approved. And so that's kind of a little bit of a bit of information on the proposer, knowing that they've already had proposals come through, but that would be helpful. And any other details that you can give, I think it makes the decision process a little bit easier so that we know specifically what to look to.
Okay, so I'm just going to comment on one part. So we did have a big group discussion where each lead went through each one of their things. So I think everybody needs to pay attention to what's going on when the other groups are presenting, because we did come together and each group did present. Maybe you need to be more detailed, because some people just said, okay, we have 10 in green, and then they spoke about the ones that were either in dispute or could go here or there. So you need to probably pay attention more when persons have made their selections and comment at that point. But I like the idea with Lido saying round, so that could be a round, and make sure that we make good use of that round where it's plenary and everybody gets to see. Thank you, Cheryl. Amrita. Oh, Jennifer, okay.
Like the others said, Amrita, for the record, diversity is a very diverse thing, I would say. We look at it from different places. Language is also an issue for many. For newcomers, they don't know the tricks of the trade to make the proposals. But when I'm sure most of the groups did that, when we were also evaluating proposals, we looked at the essence, what questions, their language may not be correct, but if the essence were there, we were still looking. For example, we did choose 2 sessions where we wanted something else to be added. But going back and forth is very difficult. If the MAG has more information beforehand, it helps. So perhaps if the forms can be prepared next year better, the information given properly, the evaluation is easier. It'll be much more easier for MAG to, and the clarity beforehand, like, look, these are the things we'll look at, we will not. I do know that there were proposals from APAC which never actually made it. We hardly have 1 or 2. We'll not crib about it at this point of time, but those are challenges because new people don't know how to do. Perhaps capacity building on how to write proposals is more better than giving tokenism. And if sessions have youth, even speaking or government or business, and the topics resonate with those communities, I think that is more crucial at this point of time than tokenism.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just checking to see if we're at the point in the agenda where we can have some discussion on the evaluation process and then the criteria, because if we're not there, then I'll save my for later. Okay, so I should just say it. Okay, that's great. So actually 3 big things I wanted to touch on. First is the process, second is like the criteria, and then third is possible solutions. So back to the process, I think I noted quite early on during the process about conflicts of interest, how when we go through the actual form, we need a little bit more information for us to actually know if we do have a process a conflict of interest or not when we're clicking through, and it's much better for that to be displayed if it's possible, instead of going back and forth between a hard copy or a PDF and then the actual form. So that's the first thing. The second thing I think I mentioned earlier today about the mislabeled workshop under sub-themes. I know that we might have done that in some informal way previously, but having that as an actual process step would make it better going forward. The third one is the assessment form matching the criteria we're looking. So I had two monitors up, one with the assessment criteria, the second with the actual thing. Sometimes I found that the information that was asked of us to mark or score wasn't actually available to us. For example, things about training, things about newcomers, that wasn't available to us in the PDF. So having it to match would make it life a lot easier for people trying to assign a score. So those are the three process steps that I had. And that
just give me a briefing on the second one.
Right. So when we go through and we think that a particular proposal would be better fit in, for example, trust or innovation, then there should be some way for those assigned to that to actually score it and mark it, instead of us coming here now and doing it. I do understand that everybody was under a very a very short time crunch. So it's very understandable this year that it wasn't done this way, but going forward, this would be very helpful. I'm trying to make my intervention as short as possible. So now to the criteria. I think Chris and others have also mentioned the importance of having a topic or issue tag. When we're looking at curating a holistic agenda, we actually need to look at, issue tags as well. Having that in front of us would give us a lot more information on how we can create a more balanced agenda, in addition to all the other criteria we look at, right? So that would be very helpful to us if there's a topic tag or an issue tag for us to understand what is missing from the, just looking at the criteria. The second thing is, I think a few people have also touched on, is the difficulty of looking at the diversity assessment, right? The data point that we have right now is the person submitting the form and clicking through. And some have argued that we should look at it more holistically. And I don't disagree with that, but we don't have that data in front of us. So one way or another, we need to base our assessment on something. What that something might be, could be, we still have to base it on the person clicking the form, or in the future, the diversity data that we get actually takes into account all of the organizations, for example, and the regional diversity there. Or it also takes into account all the speakers and diversity there. I don't have answers on how to do that, but if we have that data in front of us, then we were able to make a better decision. Thirdly, about the criteria on hybrid engagement, it was very difficult to score this, because I feel like when I look through the proposals, a lot of people put in very similar things. And I'm wondering whether or not it's better for us. And that takes up 20% of the score or 15%. It's a chunk, right? If we look at it in a different way, if we say, okay, you have sent in your proposal to us, you will get this provisional, you're in the program if you complete this training. It's not a either or. You have to complete this training on how to give a hybrid or how to engage your participation or your audience, then you will absolutely get into the program. So looking at it from a different standpoint, instead of asking them to write this very similar paragraph that I keep on seeing when we're looking through the proposals. And then finally, I think Amrita touched on this, the feedback and how to write a good proposal. I think in the course of looking through the submissions this year, there were some very interesting ideas, but they didn't hit the assessment criteria. So we cannot give them a good score if it didn't hit the assessment criteria. So I think there's a lot of outreach and capacity building needed to actually tell people, how do we score? What is the criteria? How do you actually write a good IGF proposal? You can have the best ideas in the world and write a terrible proposal in terms of meeting our criteria. So those are the things I wanted to share.
We do have a process workshop Now, how do we get persons to attend? It's another story. So we do have that, but attendance, I don't know. Sam, and then Adam.
Yes, thank you. Well, I will build on what Jennifer was just saying. In fact, as we are working in the internet and digital and AI, I think the next step is to have smart forms. Smart forms where we agree at the beginning of the MAG meetings on the weight of the criteria, but then this would be embedded in the form right away, where the proposer, when he is doing the proposing, he will see by himself the quantitative part of the scoring. I think that we have two types of scoring. One is quantitative, so type of diversity, whether geographically or stakeholder, hybrid, not hybrid, and all of that. And there is a qualitative part where comes the role of the MAG members to evaluate. So if we are able to embed the quantitative criteria within the smart forms, it will facilitate, especially for the newcomers, to prepare properly a proposal, and this will guide them, in fact, to enhance their proposal ahead of time, and will also minimize the time needed from the assessor to give, because then most of the things that are originally based on quantitative data were already evaluated, and the rest would be the qualitative part. Thank you very much.
Adam?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor as an observer. Just a couple of points. I think, recall the discussions held a few meetings ago about the sub-themes. These, as we find out in discussions today, sort of become the rule that guides you. So perhaps more care earlier in the process is a good thing to do, something to keep in mind for the next years. About the process ongoing now, if the MAG decides to add workshops from, for want of a better word, down the scoring list, perhaps offer guidance to those proposers. I remember in preparing the IGF for Poland, there was no proposal from, or no successful proposal from, anyone in the host country, and the MAG decided that there was one that had great promise. MAG members worked with the organizer of that working group, workshop proposing group, and it got on the agenda, and it was an exceptionally good session. So if you're going to move people up the list, please support them when you do so. You have the expertise to know what a good session would be like, so help those people that we're essentially assuming they need a bit of help. Help them put forward a very good proposal and a good session when we come to it sometime in June. And do the same with any that you ask to merge. It can be difficult to merge sessions. You have different ideas, obviously, and a bit of guidance from the MAG again, because you have the expertise, the experience of what workshops should look like, what are successful, but it's a bit more work. But I think this sort of process does need support, and you should be able to give it. So please do so. Thank you.
A very brief feedback in relation to the assessment process and building on what Jennifer and others have already shared, and for a very pragmatic point of view, I was wondering whether we are taking into consideration this information that is included and provided for the MAG as part of the details of the proposal that is related to the SDGs. That is an information that is there, but we are not taking those precisely into account when assessing, because in the online form that we are using for assessment, there is no particular, bridge between precisely that aspect, the SDGs, and the linkages of the proposal with the SDGs, and that as a factor that we are taking into consideration for the assessment. Also, I think something from the practical point of view would be to make sure that we have in how the information of the proposals is presented, together the policy questions and the descriptions. They are separated, and it is difficult in practice to go back and forth from the policy questions and the descriptions, and they have to be linked. That is, at least in the way that I understood the assessment process, I want to see a coherent approach between the policy questions and the descriptions. Also, I noticed that some questions have reference documents or background documents, and looking at them, many of them are 3-5 years old, even older than that. So I think that brings questions in relation to, do we need to also reformulate the question? So maybe for the future, we can include some considerations in relation to whether how the proposers to explain how the proposal is advancing, the approach, the treatment of the topics, what issues remain pending, what is the different angle that they are bringing. I think that should be clear in the description, but it's not coming through in that way. So perhaps thinking of specific questions that will help organizers to also provide a better understanding of what's the innovative approach that they are bringing, that could be useful. There are some other small things that I can share later, but I think this one is the one on the top of my head. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. I think we have quite a list of things here that will impact our proposals for next year and the entire process. So on the agenda, it's coming up on talking about the main sessions based on the open consultation. Also, I think we need to apply some of the things that we do for proposals to main sessions, how we approach them and how we develop them. So we're going just as a break so that we can change hats and thoughts. Teresa?
For clarification, so now we will be talking about main sessions, and then tomorrow morning we are going back to workshop review.
No, I thought persons, okay, maybe I had it wrong, sorry. Maybe I had the wrong thought. My impression was that persons are sticking to their greens, and depending on outcomes of the number of, if we're gonna get additions, then there might be a change. And then there were a few workshops that were swapped, and those are gonna be considered. So it was my understanding, and we could go to the vote to say whether or not the Greens have it. I'm gonna hand over to Celine.
Thank you, Teresa. No, the idea was to have some time tomorrow in case we do not finish the workshop list now, but this has been not so far. Thank you.
Right.
And perhaps just another question to all the groups. Can you send me the final list of workshops that you agreed on, including the wait listed, so that we just have it for the records? Thank you.
Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. we are not having this item on the agenda anymore. So does it mean that the agenda maybe changes for tomorrow, or yet?
No, just to repeat, because your microphone wasn't on for those online.
Yeah, we're kind of running late on the next session, so most likely it'll tide over into that. Raul?
Yes.
I have asked yesterday that, but it was out of the agenda, my question at that time. I don't know if now fits better. Yesterday, at the presentation of the host country, they showed the meetings that the sessions they plan to organize on day zero, the three kind of meetings, and I asked for more content on the ways to be engaged also in the preparation of those sessions, if any. And don't know if we can discuss that at some point during the meeting.
Do you want to talk with us outside of the meeting first to see if we should bring it into the meeting, perhaps? Because I'm just not quite sure what you are asking for.
No problem to discuss it out of the meeting, but probably I didn't elaborate well my question. That's you presented the titles of the session. I was curious about what the content of the sessions would be, because the titles are a good indication of the themes, but the themes admitted several approaches, and some of the titles were ambiguous, and I would like to know more. I think that everybody would like to know more about the what you have in mind about decisions, but happy to talk to you after the meeting today.
I think Tuan, he probably wanted some kind of expansion on the topics that you have in the main sessions, open session, the zero session, sorry. You want to say something, Eleanor? Yeah, Eleanor.
No, I'm sorry to have had a sidebar with Tuan. I just wanted to make sure that the question wasn't about the high-level sessions, for which we have actually just published some session descriptions, and we can circulate that link.
Raul, were you referring to the high-level sessions? You wanted some thought processes on that?
Were showed yesterday in the slides, but I can check what has been published then. I don't know. I thought it was an easy question. Sorry.
Is this something you just want us to have up on display whilst we talk about main sessions? I don't know, so that there's no overlap. Yeah, it's the slide where you were talking about each topic.
For the host country days zero sessions, if that's what you're referring to, I believe we have some information outside on the website already in which we can circulate it again. I believe it was sent out an email from the IGF Secretariat, but happy to put it up on the screen so that we can look at them when you're discussing the main sessions tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's what they wanted. Okay, so whilst they put that up on the screen, just a 10-minute break to change your mind, thought from proposals to main session. See you back here at 5:10. Where did all the people run away to? Okay, we ready to start? Is anybody standing outside, Eleonora? Eleonora? Anybody standing outside? Can you ask them to come in, please? Thanks. Okay, so whilst they're putting up the, oh, you shared in the chat? Okay, good. So it's in the chat. So open for main session discussions. Wolfgang.
So I want to make a general statement because we all know when we go to conferences that names are important. That means we have to look for high-level names, attractive names, which would be send also a message to the broader community that it's worth to come, because a lot of people come just to meet big names. So I think this is a challenge, and I don't know who is finally responsible. This will be also is related to who sends or signs the letter of invitation. So to get high-level people, you need a high-level person to sign the letter of invitation. So the IGF is convened by the Secretary General of the United Nations. So it would be justified if we get high-level people that he could sign the letter, and it's difficult to reject an invitation by the Secretary General of the United Nations. You know, in January, when Mark Zuckerberg announced that Facebook will stop to moderate content, this triggered a debate also within various communities from the IGF, and said because freedom of expression and content moderation is an issue under discussion in the IGF from the very early days. So, and one of the proposals made in discussion was why not to invite Mr. Zuckerberg for a town hall meeting in Oslo so that he can debate with the community. So probably when we speak about high-level sessions, this is a big thing. The introduction of a new format, 20 minutes town hall meeting, in particular when we have reduced the workshops from 90 minutes to 70 minutes, probably we can find a slot for 2 or 3 such town hall meetings with internationally well-recognized personalities. So this is a concrete proposal that we invite Mr. Zuckerberg for a discussion on his approach to freedom of expression and content moderation. Thank you.
I like the idea of town halls, and it was very successful in the Paris Artificial Intelligence Summit. And there were people like, the own Macron spoke in that format, but also Sander Pichai and many other people that's very well known. So no, just to remind that last year we had Nick Clegg in Kyoto in IGF. He was the kind of number 2 of Meta at the time, so it was a high-level participation. I think it's not too ambitious to think that we can have this same level of participation or even higher in this IGF. So I like it.
So any suggestions for main session proposals? What? Come on, guys. Manny, go ahead.
Thank you. This is Manny Anastasiadou. I'm stepping in on behalf of Timea Shuto. She's a MAG member. This is on? Yes. So I think no specific suggestion per se, but I think just for the MAG to keep in mind, I think it will be useful to ensure that we have alignment of the themes that the MAG has put together and the first open consultation and MAG meeting a few months ago. So making sure that we have alignment of the main sessions with these, it's a good idea. And then we've also seen the same approach taken by the host country. So aligning the high-level sessions with the themes of the IGF. So keeping that in mind, I think will be helpful as the MAG proceeds with putting together the main sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. Juan, Flavio, Adam. Juan? Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that this has been proposed previously, but I think we need to have a main session about what we were talking that we have to do about the IGF, something about the WSIS review and GDC implementation and how the IGF fits in there. I think that will be the place to the result of this work that we will try to do. To present it in a way, maybe not as a conclusive way, but at least our unique characteristic. I'm working in a document that I will circulate to the MAG tonight, and I think that we should have a session around that. If you remember last year in Riyadh, we had a session, I think who you organized. And for instance, Vince participated remotely with very interesting arguments and reasons that were said for the first time, about the agenda setting model of IGF and many interesting things. If a main session like that is prepared carefully, it could be a long way into the objective of trying to ensure the renewal or the permanence of the IGF. I think we need a session like that, a main session. And also, even early in the program, because you know that the main, the highest level officials have a tendency to fly away very quick. So we will have to put it in a moment in which the most highest officials are present in order to serve our intention. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I really wonder which is the real difference between the high-level sessions and the main sessions, because if we look at the themes that have been proposed for the 5 high-level sessions, they already cover the sub-themes of the event. And there is even this, the 5th one is session on WSIS plus 20 that has been proposed as a main session, but this is already there. It makes no sense at all that we have a high-level session on WSIS plus 20 and then a main session on the same issue. That's so, and we would also love to attract to the main sessions high-level people, so that they should be also high-level sessions. So then we will have 10 kind of high-level sessions on the same subjects, because we will cover also the 4 sub-themes in our main sessions. So I think we should try to strategize together this the whole set of high-level sessions and main sessions, instead of considering these as 2 completely separate tracks with independent planning.
I think the advantage of the main sessions, and we only have 3 to plan this year, is that the MAG themselves get to put in a workshop proposal. So it gives us a chance to say what we think is important and to get some of the talks going. In the past, we've tried to look at it as bolstering what is in the high level, also as a opener for the other workshops that come behind. So if we keep that in mind, we can come up with some, I think, some topics that will get people saying, hey, I want to stay here and see what else is being said. Okay. But thank you, Flavio. Yes, go ahead, Celine, and then Adam.
Thank you very much, Carol. Basically, I just wanted to guide you through the very draft schedule that we have for now, especially for the plenary hall sessions. So on each day of the IGF, starting with day 0, there will be a high-level session. The first one being losing the information space. We shared also in the chat and showed previously on the screen the list of high-level sessions that have now been published. Then on the second day, the second high-level session on digital public goods. And what we've done, and that's why we have 3 main sessions scheduled for now on the program. 1 main session after each high-level session taking place on day 1. Sorry, give me a second. On day 2, and then on day 3. Why not on day 4? Because for now we have the closing ceremony before lunch break, with the last high-level session on WSIS Plus 20 taking place in the morning. So the idea was to have a kind of continuity of high-level sessions followed by the main session. And also what the host country did is that on each day, starting with day 1, there would be one of the IGF 2025 sub-themes, so that there is a kind of like red thread throughout the week of the IGF. And this sub-theme would be the one in the plenary hall. So I hope this helps a little bit with potential main session topics that you can come up with. Thank you.
Adam?
Yes, thank you. I mentioned earlier, one of the strengths or the strength of the IGF is skills, experience in good governance, particularly multi-stakeholder, inclusive global good governance. And I'm sure some of you have heard me go on about the origins of many of these principles we now talk about as coming from the IGF in 2013, evolving through Net Mundial, through ICANN, through to the Sao Paulo principles. So perhaps something that relooks at principles of good governance, taking into account the most recent iteration of these being the Sao Paulo guidelines, sorry, not principles, and what they can offer in terms of learning for good governance of AI, for data, and so on. It seems to be something that's in demand by the global community to understand how good governance could be applied to these important, universal technologies. So use our skills and our experience and a main session that, provides some answers to questions a lot of the world is asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. I like that last statement. What are the questions that the world is asking? And let's see how we could help answer them. Jimson, then Zhao.
Thank you, Chair. Well, in terms of what value we can add to these sessions, I would like to suggest with regard to the WISIS plus 20 session, because for some time I only hear about action lines. There hasn't been much mention of the targets, WISIS targets. So maybe in the concept note, that needs to be taken into consideration. A lot of targets have been reached, actually. A lot of targets have been achieved. So we need to note that in the concept notes. Then secondly, as a way of making the best of the journalists we are bringing in, we need to prepare for them. When they come, there has to be a lead, a guide, okay, maybe to this high-level event, to this main session. And then we need to prepare a brief for them, a brief, so that it will guide even in their reporting, as case may be. So I think this will help. Thank you.
My turn. Hello. Can I go on?
Yes, Zhao, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, I think I'm not sure who. I think the host country could be responsible for the opening ceremony, but this year is particularly important, very important. I think maybe we should have a short video to summarize the past 20 years of the IGF, what we have done. We can collect the globally of stories and pictures or some sign, people sign to support IGF or something like that to make a short video. It should be amazing. And also there should be like a picture wall. It's electronic picture wall or something like that. I think definitely it's very unique and special. Also for the main session, I think we can focus on achievements, mechanism of multistakeholder or something, and how we should go forward, the way forward, rather than very special topics. We can do special topics with workshops or open forums, but for the main session, because it is a crossroad, we can, I suggest at least we have some very focused on the mechanism. That's my point.
Zhao, Olga, Charles, Lito.
Madam Chair, I would like to support what Juan said about that session, so I won't repeat. That was very good. I also support what Flavio said. I was 7 years MAG member, and I've been seeing this. We keep going away from the equal footing thing. We started to put the parliamentarians aside, and then the high-level sessions, and slowly but surely, we're starting to get in silo style. So I support what Flavio said. I get confused about these two different type of sessions being somehow similar. And one session that I would think would be very useful, it's in the line with what Adam said, governance of new technologies, especially some principles that could be taken in consideration by developing countries. It's for developing countries, it's extremely complicated to follow all the, for example, artificial intelligence policies are being developed in several different places. So having a session about the principles and main issues that should a policymaker have in mind in relation with new technologies could be a useful main session. Thank you.
And thank you for giving the floor for Olga before me, because I was going to talk something related to this artificial intelligence and specifically artificial general intelligence. What you mentioned to stay up to date with principles, with ethics even. I'm not talking technical, of course, because the majority of the people want to know as a governance forum, we want to talk about policies and so on. What made me recommend this is I started reading a new, by the way, book. It's called This Time is Different, written by NASA artificial intelligence officer of Goddard, something like this. And I think I can recommend him as a speaker even. Hopefully I didn't talk with him. I know him personally, by the way. So if needed, his book is really life-changing, what to expect when we have the full artificial general intelligence, not only, and after that he says that something will come as super artificial. Anyway, but why I'm mentioning this, because you mentioned, Madam Chair, that we need to be up to date. What's going on now and coming, and even start preparing for principles. Even in the International Trademark Association, we're working on a principle paper of the effect of AI on intellectual property. So everybody is talking about principles in different fields and so on. But to make it general, I mean, maybe this is the main session. We want to touch on everyone, not to a specific field. So maybe we can check if we can have some speakers like Dr. Omar, the NASA guy. He is a high level. I'm not sure if he can accept to come. But anyway, just wanted to mention his name. You can invite him. I'm sure he will come for sure. But anyway, some like these people who really can talk about these issues, what's coming, what to expect, as we said, from principles and ethics side. Thank you.
Okay, Lito, just give me a sec, Lito. I'm just going to probably, hopefully expand on what Adam has said, and he could correct me if I'm wrong. But I was at a conference the other day on virtual worlds and so on and so forth. And a lot of times when we discuss things, we talk high level. We talk, civil society, really, a lot of people don't know who civil society is. So what I ask persons to do is to think of your grandchild, your child, your mother, your grandmother, persons you know with disabilities. What do they need to know? What some persons don't even know that they need to know anything. So let's think about the user. You know, we talk about the internet that we want. Who's the we? So when we put these sessions together, even though we might want high level people on it, we don't want high level thinking that's too high in the sky that people don't get it. So we want to have term we like to use at home, grassroots things that people say, hey, is that what they're really talking about? That's what I needed to know. So let's think about that. You know, what does my grandchild need to know? What does my daughter need to be able to tell my grandchild about what's coming or what's here? We just let people, you know, fumble around here and fumble around there, and then when there's issues like, what? Why didn't you tell me? What can we tell the people that they need to know? Lito?
Thank you. I would like to repeat a suggestion I made earlier about the main sessions. We have 3 main sessions, right? Last year, we MAG prepared them. I don't know if we are going to do the same this year, but I want to link it to what Adam, and you just repeated, said. What is people asking nowadays? And we would like to have grassroots people to answer that in mundane terms, if you will. So my suggestion was to use or to invite DCs, dynamic coalitions, policy networks, and best practices, and NRIs to combine maybe 2 of them, one dynamic coalition and one PNF, for each main session, with a topic that we can all help to select, let's say AI, but we have people from the corresponding or related dynamic coalitions, policy networks, and so on. And they discuss there. Why? My point is that we can showcase in that way the results of the product, the outcomes that the IGF has had for these 20 years in the form of the intersectional work, meaning dynamic coalitions, policy network, and so on. They are in front of people. I don't say we cannot have an external, if you will, external speaker in these main sessions, but the core of this, I am suggesting we have our own people in the intersectional work being exposed and presenting what they have done in the last few years regarding the topic at hand. So 3 main sessions with different topics that we propose, but we have the speakers from our house, from the intersectional work. That's my suggestion for this. So as I said, we will be saying that these persons that are in front leading this panel or this session are a product, are an outcome of the IGF through these years. Thank you.
Valeria?
Carol, I would like to suggest that we use one of the main sessions to address the future of the IGF in a very comprehensive manner. It is going to be, as we know, a very important year. We have ahead the negotiations in New York in relation to the WSIS Plus 20 review that will have to do with the renewal of the IGF and hopefully with making its mandate permanent. So I think that those negotiations could highly benefit from having a comprehensive conversation and discussion at the highest possible level in the IGF in Norway in relation to the future of the IGF. And then we can combine the perspectives. So to show the value of the IGF in different ways, not only for us in the morning was said to thread the different issues, processes, stakeholders, etc., but also as if we can show what's the value that people have and see in the IGF from the reality that the different stakeholders face in practice in different contexts. So just to bring the issue of the value of the IGF from different angles and perspectives and offer that as an input for the negotiations that will, at the end of the day, also decide on the future of this space and this process.
Thank you. Hassan?
Thank you. I would say that high-level session, main session, and then workshop and others would give answers to impact, outcomes, and outputs. So my suggestion is high-level session would focus on the impact level, SDGs, integration with other activities on a global level, like WSIS, like Global Digital Compact and others. So we can invite on the high-level session the people, the key people from those initiatives and focus on the impact. Then on the level of the main session, we take the 4 sub-themes and talk about the outcome that would help achieve the impact using those specific sub-themes. So whether access or cybersecurity or etc., or artificial intelligence. And this will lead to the workshop and the forums where we talk about the outputs that would serve the outcomes that would serve the impact. This is my opinion. Thank you.
Cheryl.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of good ideas, actually, just kind of piggybacking on some of this. I think future of the IGF is just so important. I almost feel that I would almost want to switch that to a high-level session and make the WSIS plus 20 more of a main session. I do really like the Lito's suggestion with respect to having folks who are actually working on, a lot of the intersessional work, dynamic coalition work. I think it gets lost, and I don't think that it gets showcased well enough. And this is our conference. It's the best place to showcase it and really show appreciation for all the hard work that's gone into it. But I just want, I really like Valeria's suggestion, making sure that looking forward, but also looking back and having a really focused session that also kind of acknowledges some of the challenges, doesn't just, glaze over it and candy coat everything, because we do have some challenges, but highlights the importance and the uniqueness and the value, all those things that we discussed earlier in our discussions. Thank you.
Adam.
Old hand, sorry, WebEx.
Jennifer.
So I'm still trying to process the really good suggestions made by a lot of the MAG colleagues. And I especially resonate with what Lito and also just what Cheryl just said right now. And I think a little bit touching on what Shao said about what makes IGF unique, the impact and achievements. And I don't know if this is a good suggestion for a main session or if this could be a different format. And I also don't know if this is, straying into the territory of something else that might already be planned, but I'll just say it out loud right now. I'm thinking some kind of listening session, a town hall session that actually listens to the people who go to IGF about their thoughts on the WSIS plus 20 review. So I know the outcomes of the Norway meeting will be feeding into that. That will be dispersed under a lot of the topical sessions, but I think there might be some value in actually having a pretty prominent session, either inviting, of course, I think the COFACs were planning to come to IGF. That includes them. And I don't know if this is going to be a MAG organized session or if it's something else. So regardless of what it might look like, there has to be a session like this in the program is what I'm thinking. Thanks.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I also like Lito's suggestion, which was backed by Cheryl and others, on giving all the intersessional components a main session where they actually can showcase collectively their input throughout of their work throughout the year. Having said that, the DCs based their work on the assumption they would be given 4 collaborative sessions working on the sub-themes, which we have been preparing with webinars, and also based on the assumption they would be given a main session. Now, I don't know how that fits in, but again, the idea of having a collective showcasing of the intersessional work sounds a very innovative way of actually giving them main stage. Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you. I was just thinking, shouldn't there be something a little more forward-looking? Shouldn't it be a session about the IGF 2045? And then where will we be in the next 20 years, not just looking back in the 2025 IGF? I'm just suggesting something. Thank you.
I think that's a good idea. What will people be talking about in 2045? What could we see on the horizon that? Yeah, of course. You know, maybe there's something that's going to be keeping you alive. I don't know. I think sometimes we are really stuck in the present, and therefore when something comes on later, it's like, oh, we're scrambling to catch up because we want to stay in the present. We need to be a bit, you know, futuristic in our oh, sorry, Sir Shah, I thought it was old hand. No, it's okay. And into our thinking. You know, sometimes when you watch these movies and you watched it 10 years ago, and then you say, boy, look at that, eh? That has actually happened. So how did they think about that? How 10 years ago did their imagination take them to the point where what happened in that movie 10 years ago is now a reality today? You know?
Thank you. I like that thought as well. I think it's important. Something else that's not a main session, but I think is going to be very important for us. I think we should have a donors meeting somewhere on the sidelines, and I think it would be practical to include all former donors, invite all former donors to the IGF, maybe target some potential donors, and really have a good conversation about the financial future, what we've achieved, what we need to achieve, et cetera. Again, not a main session, but a very specific targeted meeting with the right people in the room to kind of address that.
Yeah, we do have a donors meeting every year.
Yeah, and I've been to them. So Verizon was a donor for many years. I think there are a lot of things. I'm happy to have a conversation, you know, with you guys, just how it could be more targeted, how we can get feedback from past donors. There are some donors who aren't donating anymore. It would be good to understand why. It'd be good to understand if it was an internal change or something that changed here, or if, you know, we've had a lot of turnover, like companies, you have your champion, and we had a conversation about this over lunch, and then your champion retires or moves on somewhere else. The next people coming in don't have the same background. And so I think it's on us. I don't know if it's the MAG or who, just to make sure that we maintain those contacts and keep briefing the different stakeholder groups about the importance, et cetera. Aside from all of what we're doing here with the planning and the policy, et cetera, that's one whole train. But the funding train is another train that's really important. And so I just wanted to raise that. And I know we have a donors meeting, but I think putting our heads around how we have a really successful one and build, like our host has graciously pointed out, the next 45 years.
I just want to support what Cheryl just has said. I think our call for funding was very general and not specific to concrete potential donors. And we have a discussion which started already in Riyadh that the IGF, you know, has contributed, that the internet has enabled all these business activities. So that means a free, secure, open, interoperable internet is a precondition that big companies has more or less emerged over the last 20 years. So that means I remember in 2003, when Google was still the small company, didn't do evil, and Facebook didn't really exist. So I think the IGF, you know, has created the environment for their success. And the European Commission just recently, after the Digital Service Act and Digital Market Act, has identified the 20 so-called very large online platforms which have now to report to the European Commission. I think this is a good starting point. If we have now a list with 20 very big, very large online platforms, probably we can address these large platforms and to argue that, you know, we have contributed to their success, and it would be part of their corporate social responsibility, quote unquote, to pay pay back. So that means if there is a special dollars meeting in Oslo, probably a very personalized invitation could be sent to representatives of this list of 20 big companies, which are not only American, which include Chinese, Europeans, and other companies. So I think they are on the list, and this is a justification to approach them. Thank you.
The one thing that I do want to point out, when we talk about funding, we always talk about business. Yet again, there were only 5 proposals accepted from business. So we're all in it together throughout all of it. It's got to be a conversation where it's not just, oh, hey, we want you guys to pay for the birthday party, but you don't get to come and eat cake. So we've got to really think about how we approach it and really look at that unique value as well when we're making these conversations.
If I may just comment, so since we do have business engagement, this can be somehow related. So I'm happy to brainstorm further about this with you or other colleagues.
Teresa?
So I just want to support what Cheryl and Wolfgang had said in relation to the funding conversation. I think it goes more broadly to what is a long-term sustainable and predictable IGF from that standpoint. So the sustainability more generally, and the funding is obviously a key part of that. To the suggestion on the future of the IGF, and I really like the concept of, what does it look like in 2045? On reflection, 20 years ago, we probably wouldn't have anticipated the extent of AI discussions that are arising at this point. And I think it's exemplary of the IGF more generally, how it has had a good finger on the pulse of issues that are arising, and they arise at the regional or the national level and come into the IGF. So I very much like what an IGF might be addressing in 2024 or 25 or whatever it might be, or 45, sorry, I'm losing track. And I think in parallel to that, we could have a conversation about what do we need to have in place to help support those dialogues? What's the practical aspect around that to help have support for those dialogues and make it a place where these issues can continue to arise systematically and in a very practical way. So just a suggestion that we can tie those in somehow.
Very good. Raul?
Thank you. Very interesting comments on, I still have something that I was thinking on something that Marcus said before yesterday when he said that IGF was not planned as a high-level meeting. And also there have been some comments with regard to avoid the idea of having separate meetings during IGF. So we need to involve high-level people, but to work together with the rest of the community. And now that's connecting with what Wolf and Cheryl are saying about private sector. I say, when I look to the program of Day Zero, there are sessions that are very interesting for private sector because they speak about what private sector does. Child safety and the era of big techs and the relation between media and big techs is almost everything about private sector and future of work. But so we are in a situation where it doesn't make sense to propose the same themes for the main sessions because there have been already proposed for the high-level sessions. And so it doesn't make sense to duplicate the discussions. But on the other hand, I understand, probably I'm wrong, but I understand that we don't have the same level of involvement in the preparation of the high-level sessions and the other main sessions. So we are losing opportunities to add value, as Cheryl said, to private sector and to engage private sector and align it with what Wolfgang has said that generating more interest in private sector for participate in IGF. So we are in a crossroad that I don't know how we can move forward and towards something that could be interesting. I have no problem to repeat the proposals to add child safety and future of work here that are very interesting things, but it doesn't sound very intelligent. So how we can do that? We can open the other sessions to the participation of the MAG in the decision, and of course, we can involve high-level people. We can invite us high-level people from private sector to participate in those discussions. But coming back to what Marcus had said before, and other colleagues too, that's we cannot have two IGFs at the same time. It's one for high-level people and the other for the rest. And I feel that we are keeping the rest of the IGF and not the important part of that. Thank you.
Teresa. Adam, is that a whole hand? Still, yes. Teresa, Juan, and Adam, if that's a new hand. Teresa, Juan. Is Teresa there? I mean, she's not here, but I see a hand in the.
Yes, yes,
okay.
I am. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry about that. I'm now joining remotely. On the issue of private sector speakers, government speakers, and so on, I would just encourage us to broaden our horizons a little bit, because we are talking about sessions submitted by a private sector entity that maybe don't have that high of a number. However, as diversity of speakers across stakeholder groups was one of the selection criteria, I'm sure that the situation of how many private sector speakers we have across the sessions would maybe tell a little bit of the different story. So let's not over-focus on who actually submitted the proposal, but what is the actual diversity of speakers in the sessions. Because, for instance, in my evaluations, that was one of my criteria that I often made a comment, why don't you have a private sector speaker, da, 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 da. So I don't know if this would help to have the picture. Thank you.
Juan?
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me for taking the floor again, but well, I want to support Olga. She supported me, now I support her, and because I want to just to convey two ideas. Olga said that this is a different year, not to say a worrisome year, you know, and I think that we have to take that into consideration, you know, because, you know, topics that are undoubtedly important, but even artificial intelligence of digital public goods, in this context, is like when we are in the hurricane and the roof is flying, to worry about our curtains, what's going to happen to the curtains and the windows. You know, we have to sometimes to get into the priorities. And the main session, because as the things that the MAG can prepare, it's an opportunity for that. I will put an example. In the IGF that was here in Geneva in 2017, there was a main session on cybersecurity. By the way, I'm not doing, you know, a commercial for myself, because I was one of the co-organizers together with Olusegun. But that session, you know what? It had 17 speakers. The highest level of all the countries, even from the United Kingdom. Remember, it was Susan, I don't remember last name, Krusky from Russia. The highest level, even the lady from the US wanted, but at the end I already had 17, because usually you send a lot of invitations thinking that everybody will refuse, but everybody accepted and were there at the highest level, even from Switzerland and from everybody. You know why? Because that year, some months earlier, the first open-ended working group in New York in the second commission collapsed without a consensus output document. So that's why everybody was there. So we have to take into consideration what is happening now. This is the WSIS 20-year review. This is the year that the IGF should be renewed or not. I don't know, planning for 40 years or 20 years of the IGF. Are we going to have IGF? I'm not sure. So I repeat, maybe I am being pessimistic, but I think that we should prepare and work for the renewal and the permanence of the IGF. I just finished a document. I wanted to circulate it in the afternoon. Maybe I will circulate it now, that it touches the uniqueness of the IGF. And I think it's in line with what Marcus said about the intersessional, because the intersessional thing is one of the uniquest things. The NRIs are one of the uniquest things, but there are a couple more. I think that this could be the basis for a main session, and if we prepare it correctly and find good speakers, high ranking, like Vince Cerf or somebody else, it could be, of course, the leadership panel will be beside this in a whole. It could be a good thing. I will send that now to the WhatsApp group. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anna?
I'm sorry that I've been absent for more than an hour because I had two video calls. And so what I'm going to say, maybe it sounds a bit nonsense, but because I don't know what was discussed, sorry about that. But so you should be thinking, why are you intervening if you don't know? But still, I just wanted to give my 2 cents for this discussion as I imagine it. So we have 5 days of discussions in Lillestrøm, and I think that we have to have our stars in all days in the morning, and all these stars should be invited to be part and to be in the other rooms on the workshops in part of their morning and afternoon. So each day we should have this kind of invitation for the most famous ones that will be there during the 5 days. They can be part of the discussions in the workshops and on the other groups that we'll have throughout the days. Thank you.
Okay, it is after 6. There's a reception we have to keep in mind, and we do have time in the morning to continue the conversation. So please, everybody, think on these things. I don't know if Celine wants to send out she'll send out the list so far and the thoughts. So don't drink too much wine, so you could.
Sorry, Carol, may I?
Yeah, I saw your hand, Adam. Is it going to be 1 minute, Adam?
Yes, it will be. I was just going to comment on the governance of new technologies, which I think appeared after my first intervention, and it was really the good governance and principles and new technologies, as opposed to what we had there. The idea being that our expertise may be able to help guide and help the main larger discussions about AI governance, data governance, etc. So that was my point, just something that may have been a clarification, or I'm not sure. But yeah, a slight change to the topic there. Thank you. Have a lovely drink.
Thank
and
you.
behave.
Why? Okay, so thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow. Enjoy your evening or morning. Good night, persons online. No.